sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and our good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, we will take item 5. Correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 12 November 2025. Page 1, page 2, page 3. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, we don't have copies of the votes and proceedings. I just asked the table. Mr. Speaker, I just asked. There was an earlier one that was withdrawn. So which one? Oh.
Honorable members, we are in transition to paperless parliament. So please, anytime you are looking for information from the table office, it's definitely in the net. You can get it there. But those of you like me who were born before computer, we will accommodate you for the few weeks. Then after that, everything will be paperless. We're at page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, Yes, page 8.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, may I kindly invite you to the page under review, and by so doing, ask that you look at item 7, title Statements. 7F, line 1. The very last word is BSU. BSU, per the record, is supposed to be double S. Again, Speaker, on the same item, H, item 7H, the first line, the very last word should be Yibo. Ewuko Yibo, not Ayibo. So if the cluster table could delete Ayibo and put Yibo. Then 7I, the name of the constituency should be Evalu Ajomrodra. So the first word, the A should be be replaced with E. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
It's different from what he's talking about.
This is a new one. So I believe he's talking about this is the old one. Page
9. Honorable members, we seem to have a problem with the votes and proceedings. And so I will defer the consideration of the votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 12 November 2025. We have two versions. We have, as at now, two versions. The version he's referring to is not the version that is on your tablets. And that is not what is before me. And so please, let's defer consideration of the votes and proceedings and then do it tomorrow. With that, honorable members, we move to item 9. We agreed yesterday to take this item. And so we'll start public business. At the commencement of public business. Yes, Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, item 9, it is rather item 11. Item 11.
Honorable members, at the commencement of public business, item 11 at page 3 of the order paper, Chairman of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Order 1041 of the Standing Orders, which require that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given. The motion for the adoption of the 70th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni for appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana be moved today. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honorable members, at conclave, we discussed how to handle this matter, and I'm going to stick to the agreement. That is what I'm going to enforce here. So the procedural motion has been moved. We now wait for a seconder. No seconder.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, this is a procedural motion. It's moved and seconded. I'll proceed to put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. We move to the second motion, that is item 12. On the order paper is also at page 3 of the order paper. Chairman of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move that this House adopt the 70th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni for appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker, in doing so, I present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, on the 17th day of October 2025, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, acting in accordance with the provisions of Article 1441 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, communicated to Parliament the nomination of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni for appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker, after complying with Standing Order 217, the committee met on the 10th day. The committee met on the 10th day of November 2025 to vet the nominee of the President. Mr. Speaker, by way of welcome address, the minority leader raised.
Yes, please, I cited the minority chief whip. He was on his feet. Yes, please.
Speaker, while the first Deputy Speaker is presenting the report, may I humbly suggest that you direct the table office to make enough copies of the report Clearly, we don't have copies. I do not have a copy. No, but we need more hard. We need hard copies. We have only one. Speaker, don't do that. We have only one copy. Speaker, so there's. So, Speaker, we will need more copies.
Honorable members,
of the report.
honorable members, the minority chief whip is right. Copies are not available. And so we need copies to be distributed to all members of the House. Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Right, Honorable Speaker. We now have the report loaded on our console.
Honorable members, please. Honorable members, honorable members, I've just been informed that it's now been uploaded into your tablets, and so that's not my information. My information is that it's now, not yesterday. Now. That's what I've been told. Honorable members, please, may I give 5 minutes? 5 minutes for members to go through the report. And then the chair of the committee will now present the report. 5 minutes. Honorable members, in the meantime, let me draw your attention to the presence of visitors who are at the public gallery. In particular, our students, your own sons and daughters from Beth Barra Academy. They are led by the proprietress of the academy by name Hannah Kwe. And the academy is located in the Weja Bawe constituency. There are 36 in number. On your behalf, I warmly welcome them to Parliament and to this very important session of Parliament. I hope they will get time to listen to this debate and also the presentation of the budget. Honorable members, please, your own sons and daughters will be judging you. I hope and pray that you put up the best for them to emulate. Please, you are most welcome. You may resume your seats. Honorable members, we may now go on. Chairman of the committee, you may present the report now.
Right, Honorable Speaker. As indicated, the committee duly complied with Standing Order 217 and any other relevant law relating to the vetting of the Chief Justice. Right, Honorable Speaker, by way of welcome address, the minority leader raised some issues. Right, Honorable Speaker, all the issues raised by the minority leader have been dealt with by the committee in accordance with law. Right, Honorable Speaker, at the conclusion of the preliminary issues raised by the minority leader, the minority staged a walkout and indicated that the minority caucus has rejected the nominee and that the minority caucus hereby votes en bloc to reject the nominee, though at that material moment, the actual vetting had not commenced, and we were not voting. Right Honorable Speaker, thereafter, the committee proceeded to vet the nominee, and by the report, we can see the preliminary comments made by the nominee, his background, and the response to salient questions. Right Honorable Speaker, the nominee was asked questions such as the perceived nomination by the president as reward. He provided answers to that. Questions like duration of presidential election petition, cost of litigation and access to justice, regional access to Court of Appeal, empaneling of judges at the Supreme Court, addressing backlog of cases and delays in justice delivery, judicial leadership, and managing dissent views. Cases involving remand prisoners and congestion in our prisons. Establishment of Court of Appeal for the 5 northern regions. Restoration of public confidence in the judiciary. Addressing perception of corruption on part of the judiciary. Reintroduction of electronic case management system. Appointment of judges and judicial independence. Curbing public suspicion of executive overreach in judicial appointment. Judicial reforms and institution of development. Propriety of proceedings with the vetting process. Case management and judicial administration. Right, Honorable Speaker, I will urge the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as having been read, and I would read the recommendation and the conclusion of the committee. Right Honorable Speaker, by way of recommendation, the committee recommends to the House, by majority decision, the approval of the nomination of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni for the appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, all the new patriotic members of the committee, minority, indicated before the vetting that they have voted against the nominee. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee acting in accordance with the provisions of Article 1441 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and Order 217 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, duly examined the nominee submitted by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana for appointment as Chief Justice. Upon careful deliberations, the committee knows that the nominee demonstrated outstanding competence, a very deep knowledge of the law, and a firm grasp of the judicial ethics. He addressed questions posed by the committee with professionalism, clarity, and intellectual rigor, reflecting his capacity to uphold the independence, integrity, and dignity of the highest court of the land. The committee is satisfied that the nominee possesses the requisite qualification, judicial temperament, and commitment to constitutional values expected of Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. In conclusion, all the members of New Patriotic Party minority were opposed and indicated from the onset before vetting that they are voting against the nomination of the Chief Justice nominee, and subsequently walk out of the proceedings after the preliminary remark by the Honorable Minority Leader on behalf of the Minority Caucus. The committee therefore recommends to the House by majority decision the adoption of the report of the approval of Justice Paul Bafo Boni as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker, I so submit.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved. Any seconder?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, ably read by the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, we had a public hearing which was scheduled and held on the 10th of November. The nominee, Justice Paul Bafo Boni, was present, and he responded to the questions that the members of the committee actually posed to him. Mr. Speaker, as Chairman rightly said, he demonstrated his deep knowledge of the law and the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, his background, knowledge, and experience left us in no doubt that he is actually the right person for the job. Mr. Speaker, his exceptional vision of the judiciary and what he intends to do when this House approves his nomination was quite exceptional. As the chairman rightly said, I will urge this House to approve the nomination of Justice Paul Bafo Boni. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. It's now for the consideration of the House. At conclave this morning, we agreed that we will take 2 members from each side from the group that we refer to as backbenchers. So 2 backbenchers from each side of the House. They have submitted, your leaders have submitted the names to me, and I'll refer to them. Then the middle belt, will have a member each, and the front bench, the ship will have a member each, and then the leaders will conclude. So we are having 5 from each side of the House. The backbenchers have 5 minutes each. 5 minutes each. The middle belt, 7 minutes. And then the ship, 10 minutes, and the leaders, 15 minutes each. This was the understanding at conclave. Since the motion was moved and seconded from the majority side, we will now listen to a backbencher from the minority, and there are 2 members presented as backbenchers, Honorable Anthony Imia and then Honorable Sami Awuku. So either Anthony Imia or Sami Awuku will start. 5 minutes. Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, with respect, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we are going by the agreement, except to say that when we are sending the list to you, we proposed to take our list in a certain order, but it will still comply 5 each for the back bench, the middle bench, and then the ship and the leader. So, Mr. Speaker, if you check, Mr. Speaker, so if you check the list we gave, the ship, we yielded to Honorable Anyimedu to start his 10 minutes for the ship allocation. He yielded to him. And then we have Honorable Tampuli for the middle, which is the 7 minutes. And then after him, our backbench 5-5. So that is how we would end our side. So we would plead with Mr. Speaker to go by the order that we wrote, but still complies with our agreement without any change.
Honorable members, I've been told that the order they want to contribute to the debate is to go by the numbers that they have presented to me, starting from 1 to 5. If I'm to go by that, 1 is Honorable Enyimedu Kwame Entry, and I'm told he is to have 10 minutes. So, Honorable, you may do so now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the report that is ably presented to the House by the chairman of the committee, Honorable Ehiafo. Amongst the things that the First Deputy Speaker had told Ghanaians are that the new patriotic party members on our side, before we could do or finish the vetting, had indicated, I chose my words correctly, before we could conclude. Before we could conclude the vetting, had indicated that we were going to vote en bloc. What the chairman refused to tell this House and Ghanaians are the reasons that we had adduced for voting against the nominee. We indicated at the committee that we're going to vote against the nominee. Mr. Speaker, amongst the other things that we have stated are that there are 7 separate proceedings at the various jurisdictions, inclusive of the High Court, the Supreme Court, and the ECOWAS Court. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is a member of ECOWAS and a very serious member of ECOWAS. Under the ECOWAS, we have the ECOWAS Parliament, we have the ECOWAS Court, and Mr. Speaker, we must respect the court. What would happen if all these cases that are pending before the courts, they decide and they go against the government? Mr. Speaker, Attorney General, as at now, had not, in most of the cases, had not filed anything challenging the issues at stake. All we are saying is that, Mr. Speaker, under normal circumstances, we have the Chief Justice of the land. And if the seat is vacant, we must have someone to occupy the seat. It must be something that we should do with joy. It must be something that every Ghanaian must be interested. But, Mr. Speaker, the very basis that is giving rise for the vacancy of this seat is challenged. The very basis is what we are saying, that it is pending at the various courts. So it has not arisen for us to challenge or to go through the vetting and vote for another member
Honorable
to occupy that seat.
Honorable member, please, you may move to another issue. I have already pronounced on this matter. I won't go back. If you are dissatisfied with my pronunciation, my ruling on the matter, by our rules, you know what to do. You cannot come through the back door. Go through the front door and come properly to this house. You may move to another issue.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. I respect you and I respect your ruling, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't challenge that. I'll move on, Mr. Speaker. Save that, Mr. Speaker, I'm not challenging. I just wanted that is our view, and that is what I expected the chairman to inform the House and to Ghanaians. But I'll go on. Mr. Speaker, amongst the other things that we seek to tell Ghanaians is that the very person, Mr. Justice Bafubani, stands conflicted, because the very person that is occupying a seat is sitting under a number of cases to determine the old Chief Justice whether it is right or wrong for the person to be seated. And that we say that he is conflicted.
Honorable member, please. You are a highly respected legal luminary. You were lecturing law at the university. You are now a member of parliament, and you carry a lot of respect. What you are submitting now is at the wrong forum. That is at the wrong forum. And so please, I will just advise that you move to another issue, because you know what to do. The issue you are raising, not here. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful. Mr. Speaker, I accept to plead with you, Mr. Speaker. I thought that we on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, on your left, would want to tell you and Ghanaians why we had indicated that we were voting en bloc. Mr. Speaker, it has nothing to challenge. It has nothing to challenge your reasons. And Mr. Speaker, we have, this is the Parliament of Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious...
Honorable member, please, I'm happy that you know that this Parliament of Ghana. And so, if you have a matter before the National House of Chiefs, you don't move to talk about your case before the National House of Chiefs at the meeting of the caucus of the youth. Please, that is a different forum. You know what to do. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, what I pursue to be my duty here, Mr. Speaker, is to urge it out to Ghanaians why we have taken a stand. Amongst the other things is that, Mr. Speaker, we see this practice. This is very serious, that the executive is controlling Parliament and Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the executive...
Honorable member.
The executive...
Honorable member. Please. The statement you just made is a very serious statement. As I sit here, please, there is no executive that can control me. I want to assure you.
Right, Mr. Speaker, I pray thee. Maybe I didn't make myself clearer. But what I mean, Mr. Speaker, is that, and Mr. Speaker, I think I need your protection.
Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker, what I mean by what I've said.
Please, I'm in charge. I will allow the debate to flow within the remit of our rules, our practice, and our conventions. And in fact, I made that known at the meeting at the conclave. Your leaders are aware. But I must apply the rules. If not, my presence here is of no use to the whole country and to the practice of democracy. Please, so I'm very, very careful with what I do. You may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, the point I would want to make here is that there are three arms of government: the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. And Mr. Speaker, what's our side of the House?
Honorable members, honorable members, please, I have taken note of all the interjections, and he has 10 minutes. So I'm looking at the 10 minutes, and I'm deducting all the interjections from his 10 minutes. So either you keep your cool, listen, and when it's your turn, you put across your own views, or we stay here till midnight. I will not take any minute from his 10 minutes. So please, you may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amongst my 10 minutes, I may want to plead, Mr. Speaker, may I remind the House of Article 115 of the Constitution. And I read, Mr. Speaker, there shall be freedom of speech, debates, and proceedings in Parliament, and that freedom shall not be impeached or questioned in any court or place out of Parliament. At the end of proceedings, just a reminder. What I am saying, Mr. Speaker, member, is that
you just read the provision. It says it shall not be questioned in any place out of Parliament or where? Court. We are in the House here. So here it can be questioned here.
Mr. Speaker, now that I am guided that when a parliamentarian is speaking, one can gag the person, I take note.
Please,
Mr. Speaker.
Please, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, it will get to other people.
Don't mislead the public. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I need your protection.
Honorable member, I will protect you, but don't mislead the public. We do not say gag the member, but you read the provision 115. Please, this is an opportunity for many to learn, and many of our citizens are listening to us. I want to read it carefully. 115, there shall be freedom of speech, debate, and proceedings in Parliament, and that freedom shall not be impeached or questioned in any court or place out of Parliament. So, as I preside here, I can question your freedom of speech applying the rules, but I cannot go out of Parliament to question it or go to court to question it. But here in session, that freedom is open to question or to impeachment. Please, the rules are clear even in our standing orders. Don't mislead the public. You may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point I am making is that on our side, we believe that one arm of government is controlling another arm of government. And in this case, the executive is controlling the judiciary. By this act, Mr. Speaker, the act of where there is the head of judiciary, that judiciary is removed, and that had not been exhausted. And these matters are pending before various courts. The 7 cases that are pending, Mr. Speaker, I can go ahead and then mention it. Mr. Speaker, amongst other things.
Please, I've taken note. I've taken note of your time. The majority leader is on his feet. Please, what is the issue? I've taken note. of your time, please. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, our standing orders in Order 1, 2, 3 clearly prescribes the content of a speech. And 1, 2, 3, 2 says that a member shall not use offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words on a member or any other person, or impute improper motives, or impugn the integrity of a member or any other person. Mr. Speaker, he has said that the executive, that is the president, essentially, when you say the executive, you are talking about the president. He has said that the president, the executive, is controlling the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, for a member to say on the floor that the president is controlling the judiciary, when the president has sworn an oath before this House to uphold and defend the Constitution, and the Constitution does not make provision for the president to control the judiciary. So when you stand in this House and say that the president is controlling the judiciary, you are clearly impugning the integrity of the president. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I therefore think that the member is out of order, and you should direct, Mr. Speaker, that should be struck out of the records of this House.
Honorable members, the member has expressed his opinion. And in expressing his opinion, the member Honorable members, just a few days ago, I talked about the clapping of hands. That is not part of the practice of this House. You can heckle your colleague, but don't use your hand and be clapping. It's not. Please, I identified the person who was doing that. But at least for today, you will be pardoned. Next time, I will not do so. Honorable members, please, let me repeat. The member expressed his opinion. And in expressing his opinion, he never used any offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words on the executive or any other person. So he's entitled to express his opinion. Once he hasn't used any such word, I think he's in order and he should continue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. for my protection, for your protection. I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, there are various cases pending before the courts. There is a matter of the, and Mr. Speaker, if I may make a small reference. There is this case of the Chief Justice Gertrude Tokono versus Article 146.
Honorable Member,
Committee.
please, Honorable Member, you can't take us back. I pronounce on this matter. Why? Honorable Member, you know, please, Minority Leader, may you kindly allow the very competent Honorable Member to continue with his submissions. I am very observant, and I have watched you, and I've seen and even heard some of the things you are whispering to him. That is not allowed. Please, he is competent enough. I am very vigilant. Please. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the respected Dominic Nittiwo is here. All we are telling him is to focus and abide by your direction. He's, Mr. Speaker, please, Mr. Speaker, he is a Catholic, I'm a Catholic, you are. I'm rather telling him to focus so that you don't have to come in again.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, I am, with respect, we are here. I am telling him that focus on the issues that are non-controversial. That's what I'm telling him, Mr. Speaker. I beg of you.
Honorable,
for records, I don't want to be misquoted. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in any event, I have a right to confer with my colleague to confer.
Honorable Minority Leader, you are facing your colleagues. You are facing your colleagues in the majority, and also the part of the public gallery behind them. I am facing the majority and facing the minority and facing the whole public gallery. I observe what is happening. Truly, Honorable Dominic Nittiwo kept on drawing his attention to go back my rulings and focus on his dissent. I watched that. I eavesdropped. That is true. Honorable Minority Leader, when you turn and you are talking to him, I don't only see you, but I also hear you. Please, Honorable Member, just go on with your submission.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Now, please, you are now left with 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, it is common knowledge that, and it's our belief, that this constitution, the very constitution that we are protecting and guarding against, is being breached because there was no prima facie case made against the former Chief Justice, and the matter still remains in court. Mr. Speaker, the matter still remains in court, and that had not been dispensed with. Mr. Speaker, other applications have been filed for certiorari that decisions that have been made must be quashed. Again,
Honorable Member,
those decisions,
please.
no.
You can't litigate that case before Parliament. You can't. This is not the forum for that. Please, if you go that way again, I'll apply the rules. You know the rules. Please.
Mr. Speaker, we also want Ghanaians to know, and I cited the primary Fasher case, and nobody knows it in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the reports we are told that there were 3 petitions against the former Chief Justice, and we heard of 1. The report of the committee, Mr. Speaker, remains unpublished. We don't even know what went into that. And we believe that as Ghanaians, before we get to today, we must know the details of why there is vacancy in Ghana that we need to fill. All we are saying that this arm of government and the head of that arm of government, which is judiciary, Mr. Speaker, that seat is not vacant. And even if an attempt had been made to make it vacant, that attempt, Mr. Speaker, we cannot see through that. We think that is faulted, that is
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, we expected.
Honorable members, the honorable member has finished with his submission. The time is up. And honorable members, I direct that all what he said after my last ruling are expunged from the records. I have a number of times drawn his attention that this is not the forum for the litigation of those cases. What we are considering now is the appointment of a nominee. That nominee has been taken through the process of public hearing. You had the opportunity to appear before the committee and to put across all what you just alleged. You opted to boycott. It is now not for you to come through the back door and be making allegations. Hearsay evidence is not admissible here. Please, let's move on. We now will listen to, from the majority side, whether they also want me to go by the order that they've numbered. And therefore, from the majority side, they started with the backbenchers. And the first backbencher is Honorable Zuwera Ibrahima. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to look at the report of the Appointments Committee with regards to the nomination of the Chief Justice nominee of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I want to make this preliminary statement that I actually had the very rare opportunity and privilege to sit through the entire vetting process on Monday. From beginning to end, Mr. Speaker, I was there. I saw everything that played out. But, Mr. Speaker, we'll leave issues of that day for another time. Today, we are looking at Justice Paul Bafuboni. And, Mr. Speaker, from very humble beginnings, born in Guaso, in today Ahafo region. God so his lordship worked his way out and worked higher the ladder of leadership of this country. Mr. Speaker, his background any day is worth celebrating. And Mr. Speaker, as I sat in the vetting session and listened to my Lord Justice Paul Bafuboni, I was convinced that he was the best suited for the position at this time. Mr. Speaker, why do I say this? My Lordship was nominated to the Supreme Court in January 2008. He spent 17 years at the Supreme Court. And Mr. Speaker, even at home, we all have this adage that we say, experience is the best teacher. After 17 years, Justice Paul Bafuboni demonstrated at vetting that this country and the judicial system of this country is going into very safe hands. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I say this because as a woman, Mr. Speaker, and a champion of women leadership, I want to celebrate all the women chief justices that we've had. Yeah. We had Her Lordship Georgina Wood, who was appointed to the Supreme Court in 2002 and became Chief Justice in 2007. She reigned for 10 years, and we all saw the output of her work. Yes. It was not in question. Yes. Her capabilities were never in question. Mr. Speaker, we saw Her Lordship Sophia Akufu, who had spent 22 years at the Supreme Court before becoming a Chief Justice in 2017. Mr. Speaker, she exited the role with impeccable credentials. Mr. Speaker, again, let me say this to this House, and I want it on record. Again, I had the opportunity to be a member of the vetting committee, appointments committee that vetted Her Ladyship Tokono. Mr. Speaker, I recall I asked one question. I asked my Lordship, what are the attributes of a good Chief Justice? Give me 5 attributes. She gave one. And she turned and asked me, what did you say again? Mr. Speaker, the Saturday after that vetting, a former member of this House, a learned member of this House, Honorable A.B.F. Hussaini, was on Joy Newsfire discussing the vetting of Her Lord. And he said,
Honorable members, Deputy Minority Leader, Deputy Minority Leader, please, honorable members, may we have your ears. Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that, hello, Mr. Speaker, The mention of the former Chief Justice on a Tokonu is not a subject under discussion at this point in time. If you look at the report, I think we are relating the report that has been submitted before us.
He's attacking him.
And attacking the personality of Chief Justice is not something that we have to entertain. So I just call for the expansion of that part, attacking the former Chief Justice, to be expunged from the debate. Thank you very much.
Honorable, please, honorable members, please. I heard her say that as a woman, she was going to celebrate women that were Chief Justices, and started with Her Lordship Justice Georgina Wood, and said so many things about her. I practiced before her when she was High Court judge. I know her very well. Then she proceeded to Justice Sophia Akufu. She was in practice, private practice, when I was also practicing. So I know her very well. Now she proceeded to Justice Tokonu. She is far behind me, so when I was in flight, she was not available. She was saying what happened. Please, she was. Honorable members, please, I have to relate to this before I give my ruling. She was sharing her experience when she appeared at the appointments committee, and that she member speaking was a member of the appointments committee. And she asked her a question about the five attributes of a Chief Justice. And now she's going through what took place. So I was keenly listening to her to see whether she will pass the acid test of our rules. That is why I'm following her keenly. If she doesn't, I'll call her to order. Please, I'm listening. I will not allow her to say anything that is unparliamentary about the former Chief Justice. Please. Yes. Honorable member, you are left with 1 minute, 30 seconds.
All right. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. So, Right Honorable Speaker, to pick up from where I left off. So this is the experience with Her Ladyship Gertrude Araba Tokono. To the extent that the former Member of Parliament, Honorable ABF Hussein, had occasion to speak on Joy News File on the Saturday, and said that in his opinion, the most important question that was asked that day was the question asked by Honorable Zuwaira Mohammed Ibrahim. And the Chief Justice nominee failed to answer that question. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm making this point in order that I can dovetail
Honorable member,
effectively
please. Honorable
into my
member.
next point. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member.
Mr.
Please.
Speaker.
Please. Honorable member, as you rightly stated, that is the opinion of Honorable ABA Hussaini. As to the marks you are giving to her answer, it is not for you to be satisfied with her answer. Once you ask the question, even on the floor here, the answers that are given does not necessarily satisfy the people who ask the questions. You cannot use that as the basis to judge her on this particular situation when she is not in question. We are not here discussing the former Chief Justice. No. So if you are going to celebrate them, and let's move on. Please. Yes, Honorable Dominic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm guided.
They've called. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
The record has to be expunged. It has to be expunged.
Mr. Speaker, that tells us one thing. They are not listening to you because they have known that you called me.
Please go on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I want to really thank you. People who are not here to defend themselves, as Mr. Speaker has said, if you want to say adverse things about them, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead, as you have done, you protect them. So I want to say to you that, Mr. Speaker, as you want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I call on you to let them expunge that particular section so that it does not stay in the Hansard. The section, the point she just made in trying to give marks to somebody who is not here, and even she is the subject of all that we are doing, they should expunge it. Because if there's anything, the record is that she has been our Chief Justice before. And she has cases in court. We don't know what will happen. So they should expunge that portion from the Hansard.
Honorable member, I'm trying to get which portion, because please, what I said was that she referred to the opinion expressed by ABA Hussaini, showing that they were not satisfied with her performance. And I said that is his opinion. So is that why you are saying I should get expunged?
No, wait.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making, the entire section she referred to the former, the Chief Justice, or Justice Tokono's vetting, where she says that she failed to answer questions. I think that we should expunge that. That's the point I'm making. We should expunge that from the records. Just as you admonish her that she should veer away from it, I'm going further to plead with you to let the Hansard expunge that section completely from the records. Because unless somebody reads your comments, if I'm reading the Hansard and I don't go further to read your comments, I will not know that you have told her to move away from it, and that is not good. I just want them to expunge that section. That's all that I'm saying. The section that goes to say that in her view she has failed those questions, she should expunge it. That's all I'm saying.
Honorable member, I want to hear you again, because if I had heard the use of the word fail, I would have definitely ruled her out of order. What did you say? What did you say?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to correct this. Mr. Speaker, I asked a question to the then nominee, asking her to give 5 attributes of a good Chief Justice, and she mentioned 1. Thereafter, the Saturday after the vetting, Honorable A.B.F. Hussaini was on Joy News Newsfile program discussing the entire vetting process, and he indicated that he thought that the most important question that was asked at vetting was the question asked by Honorable Zuwaira Mohammed Ibrahima to the effect that the nominee should give 5 attributes of a good Chief Justice. That is what I said. I never used the word fail. Hansard is my witness. They can go back and check. The word fail never came from
members.
me, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable
He said
members.
he was not. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I've listened to her, and so I'll proceed to direct that if she had earlier used the word fail, that portion be deleted from the official report, particularly the word fail. Now, she has stated clearly she did not use it, but it's recorded. And so the official reports will go through all this. If they come across the use of the word fail and the words after it should be deleted from the official reports. Please, now you have 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, and tying it all into my previous statements, Justice Bafo-Boni made very strong statements at vetting. And one of the things he said that drives my enthusiasm today, and I quote, he said, "The Constitution of Ghana entrusts the Chief Justice with a dual responsibility to adjudicate cases with fairness and to safeguard the credibility and moral authority of justice itself." Mr. Speaker, it gives all of us comfort. And hope. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I watched Justice Bafo-Boni. He spoke from his heart. This is a man who was ready to leave a job at the prison service so he could marry his sweetheart. And he was adverting with Mrs. Bafo-Boni. Mr. Speaker, it tells you the character of the man. So,
honorable members, may we now listen to Honorable members, may we now listen to Honorable Anthony Emia. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I place on record that Gertrude Tokonu, throughout her distinguished service as a judge and Chief Justice, had an impeccable record.
Sure.
Not just impeccable, my Lord. Mr. Speaker, sorry. It was also spotless. Unfortunately, we did not give her the chance to exhaust her full term as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the executive summary before me this afternoon makes capital out of Article 144 of the 1992 Constitution, which has given birth to this exercise and the said report. But in the view of the minority, the said article has been invoked prematurely. And I say so based on arguments advanced by my colleague, Honorable Anyimedu, citing the various cases. What is interesting about the said cases, Mr. Speaker, is that
Honorable member, don't fall into the same trap. That is not before us. And you know that these are matters pending in the court. So you have the right forum to go and ventilate your grievances and as much as possible vindicate yourself at that forum, not in Parliament. Let's proceed with the business before us. That's all.
I am very grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will dwell on our own rules from our standing orders, particularly Orders 103F, 1231, 217, Rule 2, as well as 216, Rule 4, in further proceeding with my comment on the report. And with your kind permission, I would want to read the various orders. Mr. Speaker, Order 103F says, a motion shall not relate to a definite issue and a motion shall relate to a definite issue and not F. Be the subject matter of an action on which a judicial decision is pending in such a way as may, in the opinion of the Speaker, prejudice the interest of the parties to the action. When you move on to 1231, 1231, which is under content of speech, says, a member or a person entitled to participate in a debate shall not make reference to any matter on which judicial decision is pending in such a way or may, in the opinion of the person presiding, prejudice the interest of the parties in the action. The combined effect of The combined effect of Order 103F and 1231, with a greater of respect, is to prohibit reference to parliamentary proceedings that could prejudice cases before the court. But in this particular instance, that is exactly what has preceded events leading to today's report. I will not dwell from what
Please, honorable members, don't tamper with the mic. You may go on.
Then again, if you move to Order 2172 and Order 2164, part of our own rules. And Mr. Speaker, again, I seek your permission to read Order 2172, which says the chairperson and ranking member and 2 other members of relevant subject matter standing or select committee shall join the members of the appointment committee to consider persons nominated by the President for appointment as Chief Justice and Justice of the Superior Court, Ministers of State, Deputy Ministers, Administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund, the Special Prosecutor and other persons specified under the Constitution or any other enactment. The 2164 stipulates that the clerk is responsible for arranging questions admitted by the Speaker to conform with the rota and to inform the ministers accordingly. From my understanding, the combined effect of 2164 and 2172 is that, 1, there was no lawful vacancy that is flowing directly from 2172.
Honorable member, you are out of order. Please, your time is up. And we proceed to the next person. Honorable members, we will now listen to Honorable Muntaka Mohammed. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Honorable members, the timing has been captured by the recordings. The instruments will give 5 minutes exactly. So when it gets to the 5 minutes, it will cut off automatically. That is what happened to the honorable member. And so I had to give him extra minutes. So please, Honorable Muntaka Mohammed, Minister for Interior, take note.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity, but to remind the House that, Mr. Speaker, I'm not a backbencher, because I heard earlier Honorable Ayimbadu was given 10 minutes, and I thought, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how the leadership agreed, but the most important thing is that ministers are equated to rankings and chairs. So I don't know if that timing could be relooked at, but other than that, I can
Honorable member, you are actually not a backbencher, but you have been favored to speak instead of a backbencher. That should have been given to a backbencher. So I thought that you should have shown some gratitude to your leaders. If you think that you are oversized, then we'll get proper size for you next time.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll thank you and the leadership for the opportunity to speak in place of a backbencher. But Mr. Speaker, my worry is about the conclusion of the report of the committee. Mr. Speaker, as you may know, the House is guided by rules. And all our rules, Mr. Speaker, because of timing, I want to state that if you take Order 217, it says that the committee's report will either be by consensus or by voting. Mr. Speaker, so far as all of us were concerned, there was no voting at the Appointments Committee. Because, Mr. Speaker, as you know, votings are done at the tail end of the matter, whether it's a motion, whether it's a question, whether it's whatever decision is taken at the tail end. And, Mr. Speaker, as we all also know, because of the timing, the rules of the House says that whatever rules that play to the chamber equally placed at the committee level. And Speaker, like I'm debating now, I cannot speak now and tell you, Mr. Speaker, when it's time for voting, I'll be voting this way and therefore step out. No, it has to be, I have to be present and be voting, as in Article 104 of our Constitution and our Standing Orders 139. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the committee's conclusion should be that it is by consensus decision. It cannot be by majority decision. It was by consensus decision. But Mr. Speaker, and the most important thing, as Mr. Speaker, you may know because of your deep knowledge of this House and its rules, if we are at a committee to vote, until somebody raises quorum, quorum is assumed. If it's time for us to vote, and there's nobody to raise issue of whether we have our full membership or what have you, it is assumed. Mr. Speaker, when people walk out, their names will still be recorded as present. When you are going to record those who were present, their names will be recorded. But they cannot say, we are voting, but we are walking out. No. The time that they were saying they were voting was not time for voting. So, Mr. Speaker, I want the House to consider this and amend the committee's report to indicate that the decision was by consensus so that they do not take more of our time. Mr. Speaker, most importantly on the nominee, for me, I'm wondering why our colleagues are even doing what they are doing. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear by Article 146 of the Constitution where the President is mandated, if there's petition, to remove a Chief Justice or otherwise, the proper procedure was followed to the end. And if you have a challenge to that, it is not on the floor of Parliament that you come and challenge that. Mr. Speaker, the nominee, if you look at his experience, you and I, Mr. Speaker, with all humility, were members of the Appointments Committee when we vetted him in 2008. I was a backbencher member of the Appointments Committee, and he's been there for 17 years. Mr. Speaker, if you look at his impeccable records, you will be wondering why has he not been Chief Justice long ago. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is one person that has run his career through almost all the government. He got to the bench through President Rawlings, as indicated by even the committee's report. He got to the High Court through President Rawlings. Then, through President Kufuor, he went to the Appeals Court and the Supreme Court. And he's one of the very experienced persons that we have. If you look at his experience, if you look at the things that he's been able to do, even academically, and you wonder why he was not even made a Chief Justice earlier. But like we said, everybody marks his time. This is his time. This is the time for Justice Paul Bafuboni. And Mr. Speaker, we must support him and encourage him to be able to give out his best, as he himself had indicated in the record. But Mr. Speaker, I want us to look at the issue of the committee's conclusion, saying that it's by majority decision. Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe it is by. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, very difficult to accede to your request because you now have to define what voting means. What do you mean by voting? Do you have to use a thumbprint? Can you use your mouth to vote? There are so many ways that you can determine somebody has voted. The report is very clear. It says after the minority leader made his submission, which was preliminary, it stated clearly and is quoted, the minority caucus hereby vote en bloc to reject the nominee. That is at the public hearing. And so, clear indication as to voting. Then, getting to the end of the report, the chairman captured it again, where he says, in conclusion, all the members of the New Patriotic Party minority were opposed to and voted against the nomination of the Chief Justice. That is what we have. And so I'm saying that then you have to define what we mean by vote. Has it got to be a physical indication either by thumb or pen, or could it be by word? And that one, we may have to look at it again. Then he concluded, the chairman, the committee therefore recommends to the House by majority decision. He didn't tell us how the majority came by the decision. And it could be just the discussion there that they agreed that we support the nomination. That will be a decision, and that will be a way of voting. And so once they took that decision and adopted the report, we cannot question that they haven't been voting at the committee level. That is the challenge I have. And so I'll have difficulty in directing that the report of the committee be amended to capture the views that you've expressed. May we now go on to the next person, and that is the Honorable Member for Tampuli Al-Hassan. Tampuli Hassan, your constituency is Gushegu. Gushegu. That is his name here. Yes,
Speaker,
please.
I'm sorry, but Speaker, with respect, I submitted the names from the minority. And as far as I can recollect, the next to speak is the Honorable Samir Oku. Speaker, if you may indulge me. That is the least, no, that's the least we submitted.
That is what I have here. But when your leader was speaking, he mentioned Tampuli before. But what you actually submitted to me, the third name is Sami Awuku, which is 5 minutes. But in his submission, he mentioned Tampuli first.
I would respect, not to challenge the leader, but we will respectfully require of you that we go by the list. So we will.
So Honorable Sami Awuku,
yes,
5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to comment on the Appointment Committee's report on the President's nominee for the office of Chief Justice.
Are you contributing to it or you are commenting?
I'm contributing to it, Right Honorable Speaker.
Because the two are different. The two are different. If you are going to comment, I will take note of that. If you say you are going to contribute, then I take note.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm contributing.
You may go on.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to the First Deputy Speaker as he eloquently also touted the achievement of the President's nominee, including his diligence and competence. Mr. Speaker, this is a sharp departure from a previous position when Justice Bafuboni was nominated for the office of Supreme Court Judge under President Kufuor. The NDC vehemently opposed it anyway. Mr. Speaker, our position and that of the minority is not premised on personal grounds, but clearly on a matter of principle. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Article 1446 of the Constitution, it is clear that the judiciary currently is not leaderless. The acting Chief Justice enjoys the powers of exercising his discretion and also the administration of justice. Mr. Speaker, what may likely create some genuine crisis in the minds of people will be the invitation of Parliament in helping install a new Chief Justice and the court subsequently, if matters before it are resolved and goes the other way. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, Article 144
mandates the president, and the president's power to also nominate a chief justice is not impaired at all, and it's not challenged. The president has exercised that power by nominating Justice Bafo-Boni. Parliament's approval function, like all other constitutional powers, must also be exercised consistently with other constitutional provisions, Right Honorable Speaker, including the separation of powers, judicial independence, the sub judice rule, and also respect for pending processes. Right Honorable Speaker, Justice Paul Bafo-Boni has less than 2 years to retire. And we respectfully hold the view that this process must also not be rushed. And with all the benefits available to him and the powers available to him as acting Chief Justice, we believe the balance of convenience arguments really can hold sway here. And what is this balance of convenient argument here? If Justice Paul Bafo-Boni is approved by Parliament today, Right Honorable Speaker, and the ECOWAS Court or Supreme Court decides otherwise, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution does not give direction on how to deal with such matters under such circumstances. Mr. Speaker.
Please, Honorable Member, may you move from that and go to the next topic. You have other issues, go to that.
Right Honorable Speaker, it is our considered position, and we hold a view, and in complete fidelity to the law, that we believe that these processes, we can hold on with it and exhaust the processes. And it's on this basis that we join the House and also call on the House as well to reject the nominee. Thank you.
Honorable Member, thank you so much. You are within your 5 minutes. It was just left with some seconds. Thank you so much for being timeous. We now go to the next person, and that is from the majority side, Honorable Dominic Ayine, the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. You, Honorable Minister, you have 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion.
Honorable members, he is not speaking as a backbencher. He is speaking as a middle bencher.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Sorry. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, you said he is speaking as a middle bencher, but Mr. Speaker, with the agreement we have, middle benchers don't have 10 minutes. Then you have 7 minutes. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded that unless he is speaking on behalf of the leadership, but if the Attorney General is speaking as a middle bencher, he has 7 minutes, not 10 minutes.
Honorable Member, you are right. But what they submitted, I can see they cancelled the Honorable Eric Opoku 10 minutes, and they gave him 7, and rather gave Honorable Dominic Ayine 10 minutes. That's what I have here on the paper. So he is speaking for 10 minutes. Honorable Eric Opoku is giving 7 minutes. That's what they have done. Please.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, in our case, we did indicate that the minority chief whip, that is the ship and the whip, slot was given to Honorable Anyimedu. That was the reason or the basis for his 10 minutes. So if it is the case that one of the leadership from the majority front bench is ceding his position or his allocation to the Attorney General, then they should indicate so. Rather than that, none of the speakers, apart from the leaders, have 10 minutes to speak. So they should put that on the record so that it will not be the case that leadership will also speak and then...
I have put that on the record. They don't need to do that. So please, let's move on. You have 10 minutes.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the motion for the approval of His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana of the Honorable Justice Paul Bafo-Boni. Mr. Speaker, I have a preliminary observation to make. As was rightly pointed out by the Honorable Zuwaira Ibrahima, I also, the Honorable Member for Salaga South, I also sat through the entire vetting process and observed, sometimes with consternation, about the conduct that was exhibited at the vetting. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution enshrines the doctrine of the co-equality of the three branches of government: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. The doctrine of co-equality means also implicitly that the principle of comity, and I'm talking about committee as in C-O-M-I-T-Y, must apply in the relationship amongst the three branches of government. What does committee mean? Committee, Mr. Speaker, simply means courtesy extended towards a person that you respect as a co-equal. Mr. Speaker, on that day...
Honorable Member, you have 10 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Unless you want to tell me...
I will speak within the 10 minutes, Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
Member, unless you want to tell me that the apology are rendered to the judiciary because of the conduct of some members at the Appointments Committee is not sufficient. Unless that's what you want to tell me, I think that you need to move away from where you are now to another issue. I have done that already on behalf of the whole House. And I did it sitting on this same chair, presiding over this House. So please, don't overstretch that issue again.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thought rightly that I was adding my voice to your powerful voice about how we conduct ourselves. So I take a cue from you. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House, we have no doubt that the President of the Republic appointed the right person to the position of Chief Justice of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, in line with Article 128, Clause 4 of the Constitution, there are three main criteria for qualification as a Justice of the Superior Court. One is high moral character, proven integrity, and that the person should be not less than 15 years experience as a lawyer. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Chief Justice, the Honorable Paul Bafo-Boni, more than qualifies within the context of Article 128, Clause 4 of the Constitution. He's been a Justice of the Supreme Court or a Justice of the Superior Court for more than 30 years, more than 3 decades. There has been no incident of questionable acts of integrity on his part. Indeed, prior to coming for the vetting, Mr. Speaker, the NIB, or the National Intelligence Bureau, or what we used to call BNI, did background checks on him. And the report came back with a clean bill of health. He is squeaky clean as far as his job as a Justice of the Superior Court is concerned. So there are no questions to be raised when it comes to meeting the constitutional criteria. Mr. Speaker, we all know in this country
that our judiciary is at a crossroads, that public trust is fast declining when it comes to the performance of the judiciary. Various studies, empirical studies have shown that that is the case. In that respect, Mr. Speaker, you need an experienced hand to steer the affairs of the judiciary and take us out of that storm. And the right person at this moment in time is no other than the person who has served the judiciary with distinction for over 3 decades. Mr. Speaker, when he answered the questions, you could see he did so with brilliance. You could see he did so from an experienced standpoint, somebody who knows the judiciary outside out, and he is a person who will steer us out of the troubles that we are now facing in terms of the institutional performance of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, what caught my eye as the Attorney General and Minister of Justice on that day was when he was asked a question regarding how he was going to transform the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, I am sure the minority will, do well to listen to what I'm going to say. Mr. Speaker, he gave us 3 cardinal pillars on which he is going to transform the judiciary. He said he is going to introduce rules relating to procedural clarity and flexibility. Second, he is going to introduce efficiency in justice delivery. And third, accountability at all levels of judicial decision-making. This is what we need at this point in time in our history. This is what we need for the judiciary to be independent and to perform and deliver justice to the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of pending suits, I am, or let me say my office is, a nominal defendant in all the suits. And I know better, looking at the Constitution and our standing orders, than to comment on pending suits before the courts of justice, whether it is the ECOWAS court or it is our own judiciary. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure this House and all Ghanaians, our citizens who are listening to us, that nothing untoward, no untoward conduct has emanated from my office. And the minority, with all the experienced lawyers that they have, including but not limited to the Honorable Minority Leader himself, should know that if the Supreme Court comes out with its decision saying that the process of the removal of the Chief Justice was groundless, in other words, there was no ground, there were no legal grounds for the removal. Mr. Speaker, no, listen to this. If orders are made, the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has no option but to obey the orders of the court. In fact, if he does not obey, the Constitution says that that is a high crime that will result in his removal.
Minister and Attorney General, this is an area that I've given a directive on. You have to move away from it and let's focus on the matter before the House.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Minority Leader is on his feet, yes.
Speaker, with respect, my respected colleague, the learned Attorney General, made reference to me in his submissions. To the extent that I feel misquoted, I just want to take the opportunity to correct the fact on record. He contends that the minority, with all its lawyers, including me, have misconstrued the matters at the various courts, and goes on to make further submission that should there be any ruling in favor of the plaintiff, Her Ladyship Justice Tokonu, Mr. President would obey. Mr. Speaker, the gravamen of my contention and that of my colleagues is to the effect that the learned Attorney General's office, with the time given to file defense in the suit, has failed to do so. That was the argument of bad faith we raised, that in ECOWAS court, there's a time, and if we really want to enrich our constitution and enrich democracy, that when a person appears before court, parties to the suit, however nominal, would make their views known. And Mr. Speaker, the learned Attorney General, by making inference to my submission, again says that he is merely a nominal. But as nominal as he is the only party the Constitution provides as the one to file a defense. So it was his duty to take issues, traverse the matters, and Mr. Speaker, throughout the period, he did not. And it was the reason why we argued that, look, having failed to do that on time, you've created a certain lacuna, you've created a certain situation that goes against the rights of the respected former Chief Justice. That was the contention. I was not raising any other thing, but rightly saying that if you had failed on time, especially when you were served with all the processes on time, look at the way the injunction application was speedily heard. The substantive matter was pending long before vacation, and even after legal vacation, you didn't file a defense. You later went to the court to file a process for leave for extension of time, to file your process out of time. Meanwhile, we were receiving a nomination. Meanwhile, Parliament was again bound to hear the nominee. This was the argument we made, and it was not to attack the issue before the court. It was the action of your office, and that is why we raised it. So, Leonard Attorney General.
Minority Leader,
yes, Mr. Speaker.
We have heard you.
Very well. Very well.
Please, I was compelled to give him time because you referred to it, and it's not a matter, as I directed earlier on, that is of concern to the motion that is before the House. So kindly move away from there and then make your submissions. I've taken note of the interjections, and you have enough time to make your submission. Please, you may go on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. There is a point of correction, and because we are a House of Record, Mr. Speaker, I think it is very, very important. The Honorable Minority Leader himself knows very well that the rules of court, CI 16, supplemented by CI 47, the High Court Civil Procedure Rules, accords lawyers the opportunity to apply for extension to file their processes out of time. This is not something strange, and there is nothing sinister in what we have done. So, Mr. Speaker, in rounding up, I wish to employ all of you, my colleagues in this House, that we approve the President's nominee because he is ably and eminently qualified in terms of Article 128, Clause 4 of the Constitution. He is one of the most experienced justices of the Supreme Court that we have, and his experience is definitely needed at this point in time in our history in order to
Honorable Minister, you are timed out. Yes, may we go to the next speaker now, and that is Honorable Tampuli Hassan. You have 7 minutes. Honorable Member, please, I was trying to get the second Deputy Speaker. I just recollected he's on an assignment. So may you kindly give me just 5 minutes. I'll be back, and then you make your submission. Sitting is suspended for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members, let's now listen to our colleague, Honorable Tampuli Hassan. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the report before this House. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I would like to seek your guidance on paragraph 6.18 on page 27 of the report. And Mr. Speaker, based on your ruling and your interventions in the course of the reflections that have been shared by prior speakers, I would like to seek your guidance, Mr. Speaker. The committee says, for instance, and I quote, "The committee raised concerns regarding the propriety of proceedings with the vetting process, given the pending legal suits challenging the removal of the former Chief Justice. In its response, the nominee affirmed that Parliament was acting fully within its constitutional mandate, emphasizing that the mere filing of a writ or an application for injunction does not automatically stay the performance of a constitutional duty unless a specific restraining order is issued by a court of competent jurisdiction." Mr. Speaker, it continues with the second, third, and fourth paragraphs. Mr. Speaker, with what we have here, and having regard to the fact that you have made your ruling, is it out of order if one continues to speak to this same report in accordance with the rules of this House? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to seek your guidance.
Honorable member, I made a ruling earlier on this matter, not today. In fact, it was a written ruling I delivered here on this matter. And I say none of you challenge that ruling. And that ruling remains the ruling of Mr. Speaker and is binding on the House. So we can no longer go back to it. I was talking about my act, not the act of the nominee. Please, and I stay by that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be guided accordingly. Mr. Speaker, it has to be put on record that Justice Paul Bafo-Boni, the nominee for the office of Chief Justice, was appointed to the Court of Appeal by His Excellency President John Agyekum Kufuor. Mr. Speaker, at the time that he was being nominated or appointed to the Court of Appeal, there were High Court justices who had served in the High Court long before him, but President Kufuor found him suitable to be taken to the Court of Appeal. Mr. Speaker, subsequently, after 2 years, even though Justice Paul Bafo-Boni met his seniors at the Court of Appeal, President Kufuor again found him suitable to take him to the Supreme Court. So, Mr. Speaker, largely we on this side of the divide are not opposed to the nomination of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni for any personal. Listen to me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are not opposed for any personal reasons. We are opposed to his nomination based on principle of the pendency of matters by the Justice Tokonu, which are still pending before courts. And we have taken this principal position just to let you know that we do not have any issues. In fact, we don't just want to join issues with you, especially regarding the matter of Justice Paul Bafoboni. Mr. Speaker, we have to look at this matter within the framework of the preamble of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, we the people of Ghana, in the exercise of our natural and inalienable rights to establish a framework of government which shall secure for ourselves and posterity the blessings of liberty, equality of opportunity, and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, it continues in a spirit of friendship and peace with all peoples of the world, and in solemn declaration and affirmation of our commitments to freedom, justice, and probity and accountability. The principle that all powers of government spring from the sovereign will of the people, the principle of universal adult suffrage, and, Mr. Speaker, my emphasis, the rule of law, supremacy of the Constitution, equality before the law, and respect for the fundamental human rights and freedom of our people. Mr. Speaker, in terms of fundamental human rights of the people and access to justice, Mr. Speaker, embedded in that rule of law thing is the accessible and impartial justice. Mr. Speaker, we must be given usable opportunities when we think our rights have been violated to be able to vindicate our rights. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we must advert our minds to is that when there are pending matters, it's important that I am allowed to finish the process before a decision will be taken that will prejudice my rights. And Mr. Speaker, we are not saying this because this is Justice Tokonu, but this right must be available to every one of us and every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, fair legal procedures. Mr. Speaker, if I take a matter to court, I have every right to complete the matter before I'm told that my issue is foreclosed. Mr. Speaker, if matters are pending before courts and you leave the office, Mr. Speaker, Article 1446 provides situations where a justice of the Superior Court, including the Chief Justice, may lose office. Stated misbehavior, incompetence, and inability to perform the functions of the office. Mr. Speaker, what we are saying is that if we go ahead to confirm Justice Paul Bafoboni and he becomes the Chief Justice, and in the event that the pending cases terminate in her favor, what happens to that office? Mr. Speaker, we anticipate that there will be constitutional nuclear meltdown, and that is what we intend to avoid.
Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, please. I don't know how many times I have to draw the attention of members to this matter. That is not what is before us. Finality of the rule of law is pronounced and is in the bosom of the courts. Legislative power, the power to make laws, is in our bosom. The Constitution added the power to approve, that is, give prior approval to nominees by His Excellency the President. And that is exactly what we are doing. As to whether our decision is the final rule of law, is for another body to determine. And so the proper venue, and I keep on emphasizing that, is not this House, it's the court. And so please, once you have the matters pending there, the matters will continue to pen there, and you can vindicate those rights there. The judiciary cannot say that because Parliament is considering a bill that may have some effect on a matter before the judiciary, they'll have to hold on until we pass the bill before they proceed with the matter. They can't say that. The same, I'm just putting it in simple language, that once a matter is before the judiciary, they can't say because that matter is before the judiciary, Parliament is stopped from also performing its function of lawmaking, of oversight, of these approvals and the rest until they finish adjudicating the matter. So we have to go on with ours. And that is exactly what we are doing. We cannot be stopped. I have given my ruling on this, and you are bound by it. If you are not, you know the rule in our standing orders. You know what to do. If you are not satisfied with that, you also have the courts to go and vindicate your rights. But so far as the matter before us is concerned, let's stick to that matter. Let's go on with that, and then later on you can proceed with whatever you want to do. But for me as Speaker, I preside. I don't judge. I preside. And I'll preside and make sure that what the rules say should happen will happen. At the end of the day, the House will be given the opportunity to take the decision. The rest, you can proceed on after that, please. So let's move on to the matter before us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, next I would like to refer this House to Article 1254 of the Constitution, where it says that the Chief Justice shall be subject to the Constitution as be the head of the judiciary and shall be responsible for the administration and supervision of the judiciary.
I told you about the timing. When there was the interjection, it stopped. It's automatic. It's not being controlled by me. Please, kindly give him 1 minute. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what that provision provides for is that we are not looking at the Chief Justice capacity as a Justice of the Supreme Court, but as a head of the judiciary in terms of the human resource, planning, organizing, directing, control, and discipline of the judicial human resource, the judicial service staff, including even judges. Mr. Speaker, one would be not too far away if you ask the acting Chief Justice whether or not he will be transferring judges, whether or not if a justice of the Superior Court, conducts himself or in any way he will be taking action against the person, or whether or not any disciplinary action can be taken anybody as a judge or any staff of the judicial service. Mr. Speaker.
The 1 minute is over again. So, but honorable member, don't be worried about that, because even this constitution, when it was being drafted, it was said to be drafted by hairdressers. Now, when it was approved, the people who stated that the hairdressers were drafting constitution kept on applauding the good works of the hairdressers. So, and you have also done that today. It's just that politicians are a different breed of human beings. So that is the challenge we have in the world. May we proceed to the next person, and this time from the majority side, and that is Honorable Eric Opoku. Honorable, you have 7 7
much.
minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion before this House. Mr. Speaker, this House is witnessing inconsistency in its highest apogee. Inconsistency that has never been seen on the floor of this House, except today. Mr. Speaker, you recall that in the last year of Mr. President John Agyekum Kufuor, 2008, Justice Paul Bafuboni was elevated to the position of Supreme Court Justice. And the Appointments Committee's report was submitted to this House for approval. Mr. Speaker, that day, records of this House indicate that the minority we see today, they were in the majority. And they extol the virtues of this man right in this chamber. They describe him as competent. They describe him as competent, a man who has served this nation with dignity, an honest judge. In fact, they said a lot of good things about this man. Mr. Speaker, what has changed? What has changed? Today, the same person has been elevated, and now you are opposing his nomination. History will be the best judge. Mr. Speaker, again, I heard Honorable Enyimadu spoke about executive manipulation of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, you recall that between 2003 and 2006, Justice Paul Bafuboni was appointed to the Fast-Track High Court. He was appointed to the Fast-Track High Court, a court established by President Kufuor, tried some cases, and after some years, declared unconstitutional in the history of our country. That was the period of executive manipulation of the judiciary. That was the period. And it happened under your watch. And today you have the courage to sit in the same chamber and talk about executive manipulation of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, again, you are ruling on the matter, on this matter, is fortified by this report.
Honorable member, please, may we listen to, yes.
Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, I stand on Order 122 to clarify a point. Mr. Speaker, we don't appoint to the Fast-Track High Court. We appoint to the High Court. So, Mr. Speaker, that clarification would have to be clear. There's nothing like we appoint to the High Court and not the Fast-Track High Court. When you are appointed to the High Court, you are then assigned to a division of the High Court. Mr. Speaker, this is the point. You don't appoint to the High Court.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it is in the report, page 8. Page 8 of the report. Listen. Page 8 of the report. He was elevated to the High Court in 2000, serving at Sunyane and Kumasi between 2000 and 2003, and later appointed justice to the Fast-Track High Court. Is it the report? So what's your problem? So, Mr. Speaker, I was speaking to the report, exactly how it is captured in the report. Then, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you are ruling on the matter that while Parliament is discharging a lawful duty, no court action can stop that, is fortified by this report. And it's interesting we raise this issue for Ghanaians to know. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 27 of the report.
Honourable member, your leader is on his feet.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I have been trying very hard to get members on this side to listen to opposing views. I urge our colleagues to also pay attention and listen so that we can expedite action on this matter. I'm just appealing to our colleagues on the other side.
Honourable members, please, we need to listen to each other. Honourable Doctor, he represented Parliament at our march against the judiciary. He was among the 11, and he ran all over the field without touching the ball. And he was substituted. So I understand that. Honourable members, please, we only consider and give prior approval to nominees of the President to the Supreme Court. The High Court and the Court of Appeal don't come before the House for prior approval. Please, that is the state of affairs. The process that he went through, I was minority leader. Concerns were expressed, but this was not a matter that came before the House for his approval or otherwise. Not at all. Please, let's go on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was saying that reading page 27 of the report, under point 6.18, propriety of proceeding with the vetting process. Your committee has reported, and indeed they have cited two major cases, one involving a member of this House, Honorable Vincent Asamoah versus Attorney General. And the report reads, to substantiate his position, the nominee cited relevant legal precedents, including Dufour versus Bank of Ghana and Vincent Asafua versus Attorney General, both of which affirm the principle that the existence of a legal challenge does not suspend constitutional processes in the absence of an explicit court injunction. Mr. Speaker, these two cases.
Honourable member, I ruled on that, so let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, I'm moving on because our colleagues, when I raised the issue, that the same person, when he was brought here, they extolled his virtues. They said no, they are not opposed to his nomination, but they are talking about some legalities. And the basis of their argument is that there is a case that is to stop the proceedings of this House. And I'm reading this to fortify your ruling that they don't have basis. Their argument is baseless. They are only talking because they are in the minority and they want to be heard. Otherwise, they'll have no case at all to be even making noise in this House. The truth of the fact is that the man qualifies, he is competent. In fact, he is the first son from our region, Ahafo, to be elevated to this position. And the people of our region are solidly behind him. And so we urge our colleagues on the other side that you cannot oppose everything on this earth. You were here defending some few days ago. Now you are transmoging.
Honorable members, we move on to the next person, and that is the last from the minority caucus, and the leader himself wants to take up that task. So I call on Osahene Afenyo-Markin.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this debate on the floor. Mr. Speaker, in making my contribution, I would want to, in addition to the report, rely on the certified copy of the verbatim report of proceedings that has been served on my good self by the clerk through the chairman. And for the avoidance of doubt, I would want to make same available to the table office for the record, because I'm going to rely on same. Mr. Speaker, that said, I shall proceed to say that for the first time under the 1992 Constitution, a sitting Chief Justice has been removed pursuant to Article 146 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, that removal, effected on 1st September 2025, following recommendation by a committee chaired by His Lordship Justice Gabriel Puaman, has generated unprecedented litigation challenging its constitutional validity, procedural regularity, and legal effectiveness. Critically, several proceedings were filed before her ladyship's removal was finalized. These are contemporaneous constitutional challenges asserting fundamental and irredeemable flaws in the Article 146 process. The removal proceeded despite these pending objections. These objections now remain unresolved before multiple courts of competent jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, we, the minority, hold the view that there has been inconsistency in the approach in this matter, and that if care is not taken, this country that we all seek investment for may not attract that needed investment. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the prima facie findings of the Council of State remain unpublished. Two, as we speak, the very report that recommended...
Honorable Member, I thought your reference to this matter was a matter before the House.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
But what you are talking about is not before the House.
Mr. Speaker, then let me use the phrase well. Let me rephrase it for the purpose of clarity. Mr. Speaker, my submission is to the effect that the matters giving rise for this motion to be taken are such that we, the minority, still believe that there are serious matters for the Constitution of our Republic. Mr. Speaker, and I say so because today we consider this nomination, and you have made it clear that our approval or otherwise does not bring a finality within the context of the rule of law, which I agree. I'm not contesting that. But it is our view, most respectfully, that one, the fact that the prima facie determination is not in the public space is of concern to us. 2, the fact that the recommendation, the report that gave rise for the final decision of His Excellency the President is also not in the public domain is of concern to us. Mr. Speaker, we contend that for the purposes of transparent democracy, the era where the citizens require information, it should have been an instinctive, inherent decision to have released the report. Because, Mr. Speaker, we hold the view that this was no less a matter because it was dealing with an organ of government, of state, the judiciary. That is our contention. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, as I said, you are complaining about acts of another arm of government.
Mr. Speaker, I hope my time is being stopped.
Not Parliament. Not Parliament.
No.
And those matters are not before Parliament. And so I have consistently guided you and your colleagues to deal with the matter before Parliament. Continue with the others at the proper forum, not the floor of Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, we are not litigating those matters in Parliament, but those matters gave rise to this, what is before us. So what I'm trying to do is to give a background to the very matter before us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Eric Opoku in his submission argues with some force that executive manipulation started in Kufuor era. I found it very rich. And he tries to use that to justify the concerns that we are raising to say that we are acting in double standard. No. Mr. Speaker, in President Kufuor's era, no Chief Justice was removed. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member,
Mr. Speaker,
please. I don't want us to go beyond what is before us, because many of the things that you say, because many of you were not born early, you don't know, you don't have the information. And in fact, I have bought some books, and I'm going to distribute the books particularly to leaders, so that you read to see the perception that we have given to the people outside there. They are very senior, intelligent people who held high office of state, who have written some books about Ghana politics. I have the books. I bought plenty copies to distribute to you free to read. I believe that will change your approach to how you go about the business on this floor. The information that I have from experience in this house, if I disclose them, many of the things you say are incorrect. The presidents and former presidents, they know. You don't know. And they know that I know what I'm talking about. So please, confine yourselves to the matters before the House. Let's deal with that one.
Mr. Speaker, we are saying that the fact that there appears to be some right violation against Justice Araba Isaba Tokunu, we in the minority are unable to support this nomination. Mr. Speaker, the learned Attorney General, in his submission, alluded to the fact that even when Parliament approves this nomination and the court determines otherwise, the executive would be bound to respect it. He was right in saying that when a court makes a pronouncement, the executive will be bound by it. But what he did not say is the conduct of his office in the handling of the very matter that he is saying when there is pronouncement, they would be bound by it. Mr. Speaker, he himself submitted that the rules of court allows for extension of time application to be made. The question we ask is that why didn't the Attorney General, considering the enormity of this matter, act with alacrity? Mr. Speaker, the question that begs for an answer is that for all these periods, if justice was really meant to be done, why didn't the Attorney General file a defense? He is now saying that we shouldn't worry, and that if there is any positive outcome, the president will be bound by it. But we are interested in the process. The minority in this House is interested in the process, and it is contending that his actions amount to bad faith and denying the respected
Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I acknowledge that the minority is interested, and you are expressing your concerns. And those concerns have also been expressed at the right forum. But I say this is not the forum for that. The Attorney General's conduct of conducting proceedings in that court is not before the House. That at all is not. And so please, let's handle what is before us. Then at the appropriate forum, which you are doing, you continue with it. You can just refer that this is what you are doing, but don't go into the details.
Speaker, with respect, Mr. Speaker, just place my time on ice for us to interrogate this preliminary matter. Mr. Speaker, well, I will leave it to you, but I would want to learn. Mr. Speaker, in my submission, I was responding to the Attorney General. These are facts that he has made known to the House. So I was responding to his own argument. I was not saying anything new. It is what he said that I was referring to. But if you say I shouldn't delve deep into it.
I stopped him.
Mr. Speaker, very well.
I stopped him.
Very well.
And I said he should come back to the subject matter on the floor.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, that's
Please.
all. Mr. Speaker, if it is so, I will not belabor. Mr. Speaker, today, our colleagues who vehemently opposed just 2 nominations to the Supreme Court, and when they had the opportunity, they brought 7. Their principled argument vanished into thin air. Today, Mr. Speaker, when our friends in the NDC argued against 2 nominations to the Supreme Court, when they had the opportunity, they brought 7 at a go. Today, the same people who opposed this nominee in 2008 are today saying that they are for his cause. Mr. Speaker, we leave everything to posterity. Every single thing that we are witnessing in this house is for posterity. But we believe as minority that in spite of all that is happening, which happenings is affecting the rights of a citizen, the best days of our country are ahead of us. Mr. Speaker, we would not belabor. We maintain our opposition to this nomination, and we reject same, and we are going to demand a secret ballot to reject this. We are going to demand a secret ballot to vote, to let Hansard record our opposition. Mr. Speaker, we know that there are members who have their own views and would want to exercise their right when there is secret ballot. We, the minority, are going to invoke that so that we take a secret ballot to register our dissent on this matter. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't exhaust the 15 minutes. I will submit here to and then leave the matters to rest. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, the last person to have a say on this matter is the majority leader. The minority leader actually used less than 15 minutes. So it's the majority leader who is now to end the debate, and he has 15 minutes to do so.
Mr. Speaker, mine is a very brief one. Very brief. In 2012, we had a national election for the presidency and for parliament. The election results were disputed. President Akufo-Addo was declared winner. John Dramani Mahama and the NDC petitioned President John Dramani Mahama was declared winner. Akufo-Addo petitioned the courts. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, we had another election, and President Akufo-Addo was declared winner, and John Dramani Mahama petitioned. The cases traveled before the Supreme Court, and finally, the Supreme Court made a pronouncement. Mr. Speaker, it was clear to every Ghanaian that in spite of the cases pending in the Supreme Court, we went ahead and swore in those declared by the Electoral Commission as having been validly elected. But the case went on, and in the case of the petition against John Dramani Mahama, it was in August 2013 that the Supreme Court handed a ruling. Mr. Speaker, when we put the question to the nominee as to what he thinks will happen if the previous Chief Justice's case turned out in her favor, he simply referred us to these two cases. If in a presidential petition, we are convinced that if the ruling goes against a sitting president, that person will vacate the seat so that the winner will take over. Why would we why would we entertain doubt that if a Chief Justice who has left office gets a ruling in her favor, that the sitting Chief Justice will not give way so that the decision of the Supreme Court will be enforced? So the answer is simple. We have to proceed. And when the decisions of the courts come, and the implications are that what has happened should be reversed, the Chief Justice nominee said he is ready to give way, and whoever the courts declare in favor of will come and occupy the post of Chief Justice. So there's no problem. Mr. Speaker, the second issue about the listing of cases was put to the nominee, and the nominee explained that he, as acting Chief Justice, is not responsible for listing cases. So if the minority's position was that some cases hadn't been listed, then that is a matter for the registry, because as an acting Chief Justice, the Chief Justice normally empanels the court when the registrar indicates that all the processes had been concluded, and then we had reached a stage where we would need to empanel a court. So he wasn't responsible for cases not listed. Mr. Speaker, I think that a lot has been said already about the nominee, and I will not belabor the point, except to once again, lastly, register the point that in 2012, July 24th, 2012, Justice Theodora Wood was nominated, approved by this House, and appointed a Chief Justice. 2013, January, President John Evans Atta Mills, under the NDC, became president. He coexisted amicably with Justice Theodora Wood, who was appointed by President Kufuor under the MPP. Mr. Speaker, again, on 24th of July, 2012, when we lost the president, John Dramani Mahama took over as the president, and he coexisted amicably with Justice Theodora Wood, who was appointed by President Kufuor, an NPP president. What is my point? My point is simple, that the NDC under President Atta Mills and under the current president, John Dramani Mahama, has coexisted peacefully with a Chief Justice appointed by the MPP. So, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that my colleagues have already argued and given reasons why we should approve the nomination to the post of Chief Justice, because essentially he qualifies under Article 1284 of the Constitution, has been a judge for 30 years, overly qualified, has been a Supreme Court judge for more than a decade and a half, and is now acting as the Chief Justice. Mr. Speaker, without saying more, I will just say that put the question and we will vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the committee's report, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, I put the question again. Those in favor of the adoption of the report of the committee, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, we have the Honorable Deputy Whip, Minority Deputy Whip on his feet. Let's listen to him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1513. Mr. Speaker, Order 151. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1513. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I read Order 1513. A member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on a voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for a head count or electronic vote. Mr. Speaker, I invite you for us to do a head count on this since our electronic vote is not working. Speaker, head count.
Honorable members, there's a challenge to my decision on the voice vote, and there's a call for us to take a head count. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me read Order 1513. Well, it says, a member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on the voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for head count or electronic vote. Whether. Mr. Speaker.
Keep quiet.
Whether. Mr. Speaker. There is no automatic right to a head count or electronic vote when somebody challenges the voice vote. There's no automatic right. It is for the Speaker to look at the chamber. Because where Mr. Speaker sits, he sees the numbers. Where Mr. Speaker sits, he sees the numbers. He sees the number constituting the NPP votes, and sees the number constituting the NDC votes. And Mr. Speaker knows that the NPP micro-minority have already indicated they are voting against. The NDC supermajority has already indicated they are voting for. So when you look at the numbers in the chamber, it is so clear that it becomes unnecessary for a head count. Mr. Speaker, so Mr. Speaker, we have confidence in you and your understanding of the rules. The rules say that a member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on a voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for head count or electronic vote, or whether not to call for head count or electronic vote. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious, and there's no need for you to call for a head count or an electronic vote. It is obvious that they have lost the vote. We've won the vote, and take a decision and let's proceed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I have determined that there should be a head count. So we are going to do a head count. Head count. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker.
We are going to do a head count.
Mr. Speaker.
Please, those in favor of the motion, please rise up to be counted.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a problem. There is a problem, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to the Constitution in Article 111. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution in Article 111.
Mahama Bako Nimba Bebre.
What is the challenge? Please, honorable members, be at your seats. Members are moving around and they are having a challenge in counting you. Please, say rise up, rise up. Please. Honorable members, you may resume your seats. Resume your seats. Honorable members, those against the motion rise to be counted. Please, clerks at the table, you are asked to count all those who have risen. Please, so any person that has risen and is standing should be counted. Honorable members, you may now resume your seats. Resume your seats. Honorable members, at the count, the ayes have 163. The noes 69. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1526. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1526. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I read. Order 1526 states that where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for division. So, Mr. Speaker, I therefore challenge the head count, and I call for you to apply Order 1526 as stated in our orders for division, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the member rose and quoted Order 1526. And I just heard him read, where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for a division. I have not heard him challenge I did not hear him challenge the head count. I did not hear. I did not hear him challenge. I did not hear him challenge. You did. He told him to. I did not hear him challenge. I did not hear him challenge the result of the head count. So, Mr. Speaker, let him come properly. I did not hear him. But Mr. Speaker can give a ruling if you heard him challenge the the results of the head count. I did not hear him.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to plead with you and draw your attention to Order 154, which states, and I read, despite Order 153, the Speaker may, if in the opinion of the Speaker, a division has been unnecessarily claimed, take the vote of the House by calling upon the members who support or who oppose the decision of the Speaker to rise and be counted, upon which the Speaker shall declare the decision of the House or direct that a division be held. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, in drawing your attention to this order, I plead that you exercise your authority as expected in that standing order, given that the numbers after the count speak for themselves, and the call for a division is an unnecessary request. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I rose earlier on, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go on.
Mr. Speaker, when I rose earlier on, it was under Order 1526, and that I challenge, and it reads that where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for a division. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I challenge the results from the head count and call for a division under Order 1526. Mr. Speaker, even though the honourable member for Tamale North, Honourable Soyini, drawing your attention to Order 154. Mr. Speaker, Order 154 is clear that despite Order 153, I haven't raised anything under Order 153. I am within Standing Order 1526, which is mandatory to the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I make my case. Thank you.
Honourable Member, I'm still waiting to hear your challenge.
Mr. Speaker,
it's not sufficient to say a challenge.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, to make my earlier on, I tried to draw your attention. Mr. Speaker, I made this challenge because number one, Mr. Speaker, I did not believe that the number as presented to you from those who voted for the yes or the ayes were up to the number presented to you, Mr. Speaker. And also, I was drawing your attention to Article 111 of the 1992 Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, I read Article 111. The Vice President or a minister or a deputy minister who is not a member of Parliament shall be entitled to participate in the proceedings of Parliament and shall not be accorded the privilege of all members of Parliament except entitlement to vote. Mr. Speaker, the time we were taking the vote, the Ashanti Regional Minister is seated there. He's still here. Mr. Speaker, the Works and Housing Minister is still seated here. He has no right to vote. That's my basis for my challenge, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Order 153 and Order 152 and Order 154 must all be read together. Because Order 154 says that despite Order 153, the Speaker, if in the opinion of the Speaker, the Speaker may, if in the opinion of the Speaker, a division has been unnecessarily claimed, a decision has been unnecessarily claimed, take the vote of the House by calling upon the members who support or who oppose the decision of the Speaker to rise and be counted, upon which the Speaker shall declare the decision of the House or direct that a division be held. Mr. Speaker, if you read Order 153, it deals with division and says the Speaker shall direct that the lobbies be cleared in the case of a division. The division bell shall be rung for 1 minute. The Speaker shall invite the leadership of the majority, minority, or independent caucuses to appoint 2 tellers each to observe the division process. After a lapse of 5 minutes, the Speaker shall announce the names of division clerks and the tellers. So 153 deals with the procedure for division. Is that okay? And 154 says that in spite of the fact that there is a procedure for division, Speaker can also say that a division has been unnecessarily claimed. That's 154. And if the Speaker takes a position that a division has been unnecessarily claimed, the procedure is that he would ask one side only to rise up and be counted. Just one side. He can say that because you are not many and you are just 69, it is easier to count you. So you should rise up and then he will count you. When he counts you, he can direct and declare the decision of the House. That is what 154 says. That's what 154 says. So I therefore call on Mr. Speaker. I therefore call on Mr. Speaker to rule that a division has been unnecessarily claimed. And on the basis of a ruling that a division has been unnecessarily claimed, to proceed to count one side and then declare the decision of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, Minority Leader, yes.
Yes, I think I mentioned it to you before.
Speaker, with respect, the Honorable Member for Tolon invoked Order 152 and was very clear in his application. The Order 153 that provides for procedure on division anticipates that possibly there 151 that was initially invoked, which gives rise for a head count, could be wrong. It is a reason why there's a whole procedure provided for under 153, which talks about clearing the lobbies, which talks about the leaders providing tellers. Mr. Speaker, in the first instance, it is the clerks who have done the accounting, not independently verified by anybody, and they have brought the figures to you. The member has challenged it, and that is why the second stage step allows for agents, that those who are saying no, those who are saying yes, will have an opportunity to validate the counting process. Mr. Speaker, for the majority leader to immediately invoke 154, to say that 154 says, despite 153, Speaker may. Mr. Speaker, that provision there must not be construed in a manner to negate the mandatory obligation under 1526. No, it is saying where the number, if you read 153, 11 and 12, it says that if a member states that he voted in error and that his vote was counted wrongly, the member may request that the vote be corrected or counted before the speaker declares the result. 11, where the member numbers in a division are equal, the motion shall be considered lost. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you read these together, it is rather dealing with a situation where a declaration is made under 153, and the speaker would want to exercise a discretion where a member is unnecessarily making a claim under division, because it anticipates that a member may not be satisfied and may be taking certain steps to make a certain application. If they now move away to refer to 152, Mr. Speaker, that is not in the contemplation of this regulation. If the intendment of Parliament was to the effect that Mr. Speaker can invoke 154 to, as it were, negate the effect of 1526, Mr. Speaker, the Parliament would have said so. It did not say that despite Order 1526, Mr. Speaker, in his opinion, may consider a division unnecessary claim. No, 154 does not make reference at all to 1526. Mr. Speaker, that provision does not make reference to it at all. If the lawmakers had intended the 154 to have effect on 1526, it would have said so in clear language. Mr. Speaker, what has not been written or said is not meant to be added to the whole lot for interpretation. What 154 contemplates is the 153. That is why it mentions 153 without more. Nobody should attempt to lead Mr. Speaker astray. There is a huge temptation. There's a huge temptation. Earlier, the majority leader said Honorable Habib did not challenge. So he didn't hear. Now he moves away. He moves away to now invoke 154. The 154 is contemplating 153. Mr. Speaker, I would not want us to further delay this. 1526 is mandatory, and I'll conclude on it. It says where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the speaker shall call for a division. I don't know why the super majority is afraid. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? If you have your numbers and you believe in your numbers, let's go into division. if you believe in your numbers, let's go into division.
Honorable
and prove us
Minority
wrong.
Leader. Honorable Minority Leader, you have made your point. The Honorable Habib mentioned a particular member. I just want to know whether the member was present when the head count was being taken. Please, I want to know from the member, please, it's not from any of you, is a member present? Please, I want to hear from the member. Yes, honorable member.
No, come here. Come and use this one. Come and use this one.
Honorable member, yes.
Okay, use come and use it. Let's do it. Man, so who there? So just speak straight.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, during the head count, myself and the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing, we were both outside the chamber. We were not counted during the head count. Thank you very much.
You work them out. One of these what do?
Yes, honorable members, it's my view that the division has been unnecessarily honorable member. Honorable members, the division has been unnecessarily claimed. Honorable members, please resume your seats. Honorable members, the motion has accordingly been adopted. This Honorable House has accordingly approved the nomination of Justice Paul Bafubone as Chief Justice of the Republic in accordance with Article 114, Clause 1 of the 1992 Constitution, respectively. I want to take this opportunity to, on behalf of the House, congratulate the nominee on his approval by Parliament. Yes. I urge the nominee to take all what has happened right up from the day of the nomination up to his approval, I should say prior approval by Parliament, into consideration in his tenure of office. Once again, congratulations. Yes, please, First Deputy Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I rise to thank the committee sincerely, particularly those who were present and vetted the nominee. I also want to thank the House, particularly those who were on their feet to be counted in favor of the adoption of the report of the committee. Thank you very much. God richly bless you.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, please, I have a statement. It is actually what we call corrigentum. On 10th November 2025, I had the pleasure and honor of receiving a delegation from the Queen Mother's Foundation, led by their president, the Queen Mother of Kayira in the Ofinsu traditional area, Nana Amma Sewa Bonsu. Their well-intentioned visit afforded us the opportunity of discussing some proposed constitutional amendments, ways of empowering chiefs and queen mothers to protect the environment, stop illegal mining, and facilitate development. However, in communicating their visit to Parliament, I inadvertently referred to Nana Amma Sewa Bonsu as the president of the Queen Mothers Association and Queen Mother of Ofinsu. I wish to apologize to the Ofinsu Traditional Council and the Queen Mothers Association of Ghana for the regrettable error. Let me reiterate that Nana Amma Sewa Bonsu is the president of the Queen Mothers Foundation and not president of the Queen Mothers Association. She is also the Queen Mother of Kayira and not Queen Mother of Ofinsu. As a chief myself, I appreciate and respect traditional protocols and will be the last person to disregard the authority vested in our chiefs and queen mothers. I always welcome every opportunity to meet traditional authorities to discuss ways of exalting their roles in governance and in making them the fulcrum of development in the country, particularly in their jurisdictions. With all humility, I say, Kafra, Kuse, to our revered kings and chiefs, queens and queen mothers of the Offensive traditional area. I thank you for your listenership. Honorable members, we will take one item and then take a short suspension before we come to the main item of today. On the order paper, we have this bill that we have been working on for some time now, and it is as item 13 on the order paper, the Ghana Scholarships Authority Bill 2025 is now got to the third reading. I have not received any request for it to be taken to a second consideration stage. So I want us to take it now before we go on the suspension. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to remind you that we had agreed that motion 15 on page 4 of today's order paper be taken. Mr. Speaker, I understand that.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if you could permit me to move the motion now before the minister responsible for education will do the Scholarship Authority Bill. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very snappy on my motion. It has been there for very long.
Please, I'll have to then suspend for 5 minutes. The House is sitting is accordingly suspended for 5 minutes.
See my people for just 2 minutes. Yo.
Minister Peter Chenasa.
Honorable members, I welcome you from the short suspension. I thank all of you for your patience. We had to go into conclave to see how we can finish the business of the day. And it was agreed, the Honorable Minister of Education is here, that we'll leave that one to tomorrow. And the same for Honorable Habib, and then go straight to the main business for the day, which is the budget. And so, honorable members, I invite you to item 6 on the order paper. Item 6 on the order paper. Statement. Please, is it on that or different matter? Statement, Minister for Finance. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister is here. He's actually just walking in. Thank you.
Honorable members, please, please, let's listen to the Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, before I present the 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government, permit me to, on behalf of His Excellency the President, to express my deepest condolences to the families of those who lost their loved ones in the Ghana Armed Forces enlistment tragedy yesterday at the military Airworks Sports Stadium. Mr. Speaker, words fail us at this time of deep grief. We can only pray for them to find God's comfort and peace in this difficult time. Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues, on the authority of His Excellency the President, in accordance with Article 179 of the 1992 Constitution and Section 21 of the PFM Act, I have the honor and privilege to present to this House the budget statement and economic policy of government for the 2026 financial year. Mr. Speaker, this address is an abridged version of the full 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government. I respectfully request that the Hansa Department captures the entire budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2026. Mr. Speaker, I accordingly present the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2026. Right Honorable Speaker, again in accordance with law, I will also lay before this House the following statutory reports. The first will be the 2025 annual report on petroleum funds, and the second will be the 2025 annual report on the collection and utilization of the African Union Import Levy, in line with Section 7 of the African Union Levy Act 2017, Act 952. Mr. Speaker, in the course of 2026, and pursuant to Article 36(5), I will cause to be laid before Parliament on behalf of the President a coordinated program of economic and social development policies, including agricultural and industrial programs at all levels and in all the regions of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, I will also present the following bills, regulations, and memoranda for consideration by this House. Speaker, the bills and regulations will be the following: the Value for Money Bill, the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill, the Value Added Tax Bill, the COVID-19 Health Recovery Repeal Bill, the Ghana Education Trust Fund Amendment Bill, the National Insurance Amendment Bill, the Public Procurement Regulation, request for approval for a revised investment policy of the Ghana Petroleum Funds in line with Section 31A of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, Act 2011, Act 815. And finally, a request for approval to implement an AI-powered trade data analytics system to support customs revenue mobilization and enhance trade facilitation. Mr. Speaker, I stand before this House humbled by the confidence reposed in me by His Excellency the President to deliver his second budget under his reset agenda. Mr. Speaker, when this administration took office, we met an economy in distress, weighed down by debt, weakened by mismanagement, and stripped of confidence. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget, the 2025 budget was our first act of courage, a declaration that Ghana would rise again through reforms, discipline, and visionary leadership. Right Honorable Speaker, the theme for this year's budget draws from the President's profound words in his 2025 State of the Nation address, when he declared that, Mr. Speaker, quote, "Today, inspired by Almighty God and propelled by the massive mandate given to me by the people of Ghana, I am moved to make a purposeful and bold declaration that I, John Dramani Mahama, will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on the path of growth and sustainability." Right Honorable Speaker, it is with that same conviction that I present the 2026 budget under the theme, Resetting for Growth, Jobs and Economic Transformation. Mr. Speaker, under President Mahama's leadership, this government has chosen a harder but higher road, the road of reform, renewal, and resilience. We have restored fiscal discipline, brought inflation under control, stabilized the cedi, and rekindled investor confidence. This is not just a recovery, it is a reset. It is a story of a nation that refused to stay down. This is a rebirth from the ashes of daunting inheritance, the heavy burden laid upon us by the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed a revival forged amid the tempest of hopes, harbored by the ordinary Ghanaian, whose spirit has long been weathered by 8 years of hardship, impoverishment, and shadows of deception. Mr. Speaker, it is the story of Ghanaians who endured hardships with dignity and held on to hope when the road was rough. Right Honorable Speaker, we have learned a powerful truth The truth is that fiscal discipline is the backbone of national progress. Mr. Speaker, there is no shortcut to responsible economic mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, there is no shortcut for responsible economic management. Never again must we allow recklessness, waste, and indiscipline to define how we handle the people's money. Right Honorable Speaker, President Mahama has made it clear that under his watch, the integrity of our public finances will remain sacred. Mr. Speaker, confidence is returning. The Black Star is rising once more. Ghana is back, strong, stable, and full of hope. And yes, our Black Stars are heading to the World Cup. Right Honorable Speaker, with that renewed energy and optimism, this budget is about building on the foundation we have laid, turning stability into opportunity and opportunity into prosperity. On behalf of His Excellency the President, I extend my deepest gratitude to organized labor, the employers' associations, and workers of Ghana who work with government to successfully agree on the national minimum wage and base pay for 2026, ahead of this budget, reflecting our shared vision of fairness, stability, and productivity. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget marks a decisive shift from recovery to transformation, from resilience to productivity, and from stability to jobs. Mr. Speaker, over the next year and beyond, government will focus on 3 priorities to reset for growth, jobs, and transformation. Speaker, the first will be consolidating the macroeconomic stability. The second will be accelerating economic transformation and job creation. And finally, strengthening security and social sector for inclusive growth. Right Honorable Speaker, our vision is clear. A Ghana that produces more than it consumes. A Ghana that exports value-added goods, not just raw materials. A Ghana where jobs are decent, incomes are rising, and opportunities shared by all. And, Mr. Speaker, a Ghana where every citizen lives with dignity and pride. Mr. Speaker, that is the Ghana we are building. A Ghana powered by discipline, driven by vision, and anchored on shared prosperity. Right Honorable Speaker, having outlined the guiding theme and vision for this budget, I now turn to the state of the Ghanaian economy as at October 2025. Mr. Speaker, and to show where we stand, what we have achieved, and where we are heading. After that, I'll present the policies, priorities, and resource allocation that will drive Ghana's growth, jobs, and economic transformation in 2026 and beyond. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the year, we inherited a painful effect of the fiscal slippages of 2024. Pressures that weighed heavily on households and businesses and public finances. Mr. Speaker, confidence was fragile. Inflation remained elevated. The exchange rate was unstable, and the public debt was elevated. Yet, through visionary leadership, fiscal discipline, and policy consistency, the tide has finally turned. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economy has now recovered, marked by renewed investor confidence and an improved macroeconomic outlook. Mr. Speaker, I'll now give you real sector performance. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economy has regained its rhythm. Real GDP expanded by 6.3% in the first half of 2025, up from 5.1% in the same period of 2024, driven by stronger agriculture and service, lower inflation, and renewed business confidence. Non-oil GDP grew by 7.8%, showing that our growth is now powered by domestic production. Mr. Speaker, the service sector remains the heartbeat of recovery, surging 8.8% with ICT up 17.2%, finance and insurance up 9.5%, and education up 14.9%. Agriculture, the backbone of stability, also grew by 6%, doubling that of last year. Mr. Speaker, cocoa rebounded from a sharp 21.4%, contracting to 2.8% growth. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the targeted farms, farm support, and smarter policies. Industry held steady despite reduced oil output. Manufacturing rose 6.3% and construction 4.0%, reflecting reliable energy and revived infrastructure projects. On the demand side, Right Honorable Speaker, household consumption grew by 8.2%, reflecting stronger household confidence. Government spending also slowed to 3.7%, proving fiscal discipline. The Speaker, export grew 11.5%, led by gold, cocoa, and non-traditional export. This is the growth that creates jobs, lifts incomes, and builds lasting stability. The Speaker, I now take you to price development. Right Honorable Speaker, inflation has fallen faster than anyone imagined, from 23.8% in December 2024 to 8% by October 2025. Ghana is back to a single-digit inflation. This was not by sheer luck. It is the outcome of disciplined fiscal policy, steady monetary management, stable exchange rates, and strong domestic production. Together, these have restored confidence, stabilized the cedi, and eased the pressure on families and businesses. Food inflation reduced from 27.8% to 9.5%. Prices of everyday food such as tomatoes, garden eggs, okra, and fish are finally falling. Mr. Speaker, non-food inflation also dropped from 20.3% to 6.9%, supported by steady fuel prices and lower import costs. Right Honorable Speaker, this progress proves that sound policies brings real relief. Sound policies brings real reliefs. So, Speaker, both imported and local price pressures are now contained. Right Honorable Speaker, the task ahead is to sustain this stability by keeping fiscal discipline, boosting food security, and ensuring strong coordination between the fiscal and monetary authorities. The Speaker, I now take you to fiscal performance. The Speaker, 2025 marked one of Ghana's strongest fiscal turnaround in decades. The primary balance on commitment basis swung from a 3% deficit in 2024 to a 1.6% surplus by September 2025, exceeding the target and proving that discipline delivers results. Mr. Speaker, reforms in revenue mobilization and spending controls anchored this recovery. The removal of nuisance e-levy did not weaken revenue. Broader tax reforms and efficient gains lifted non-oil tax revenue to 8.7% of GDP, up from 7.8% in 2024. On expenditure, government tightened non-priority spending whilst protecting key investment in the sectors. Mr. Speaker, Treasury bill rates have fallen, saving 8.8% in interest from January to September. Mr. Speaker, 8.8 billion from January to September. Mr. Speaker, public debt dropped to its lowest in a decade, and Ghana's debt risk has been reclassified from high to moderate. These gains have created space for social and capital investment, eased external debt pressures, and restored investor confidence. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's fiscal consolidation is now credible, sustainable, and homegrown, a model of responsibility that turns stability into progress and ensures every city works for the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, I take you to social protection. Right Honorable Speaker, even as we pursue fiscal consolidation, government protected and expanded social spending to cushion vulnerable households. Allocations to social protection programs increased to 0.9% of GDP, up from 0.6% in 2024. Mr. Speaker, these targeted interventions reflect our conviction that economic stability must translate into social progress. Mr. Speaker, I will now give you an update on power purchase agreements, renegotiations, and other reforms in the energy sector. Right Honorable Speaker, when this administration took office, Ghana's energy sector was saddled with about 1.4 billion United States dollars in debt to independent power producers. A ticking fiscal bomb, I call it. Mr. Speaker, today, that burden has been lessened. We have renegotiated all power purchase agreements led by Ghanaian experts at no cost to the state, saving over 250 million US dollars and restructuring 1.1 billion Ghana cedis over a four-year period. Mr. Speaker, government is now fully current on payment, clearing 300 million United States dollars in 2025 year to date and allocating 345 million United States dollars for 2026. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, we are not accruing new arrests in energy sector. Solar tariffs, projects like BXC and Mineji have dropped from 18 to 6.5 cents per kilowatt hour, cutting costs and expanding access. Mr. Speaker, this was achieved as part of the renegotiation. Mr. Speaker, the Electricity Company of Ghana revenues has risen almost 90% from 900 million to 1.7 billion Ghana cedis per month, thanks to better enforcement of the cash waterfall mechanism. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, ECG's revenue has improved by almost 90% per month, from 900 Ghana cedis per month to 1.7 billion Ghana cedis per calendar month. Mr. Speaker, I'll now give you an update on the audit of arrears and payables. Mr. Speaker, upon assuming office, government was confronted with outstanding arrears and payables totaling 68.8 billion Ghana cedis, comprising 50.5 billion in unpaid invoices and interim payment certificate, IPCs, and 18.3 billion in outstanding bank transfer advices, BTs. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of our pledge to protect the public purse and ensure value for money, we commissioned the Auditor General, working directly with PwC and EY, to conduct an independent validation of these arrests and commitment. Mr. Speaker, as I informed this August House during the media review of the 2025 budget, this special audit covered all verified arrests and commitment as at end December 2024. The objective was to establish the legitimacy of the claims, identify irregularities, and address the fiscal risk arising from the accumulation of these arrests and outstanding commitment. Mr. Speaker, the exercise has now been completed, and the Auditor General is finalizing his report for submission to Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, the findings are troubling and very damning. Very damning. Mr. Speaker, out of the 68.8 billion, Mr. Speaker, I'll give headline numbers whilst we wait for the Auditor General to submit the report next week. Mr. Speaker, out of the 68.8 billion payable submitted for audit, 47.8 billion cedis was validated. Mr. Speaker, an additional 8.6 billion Ghana cedis remains under review, pending further validation due to inadequate documentation, missing third-party confirmation, and lack of supporting document. Mr. Speaker, these yet to be validated claims may be legitimate, but further evidence will be required before they can be recognized. But, Right Honorable Speaker, about 10.4 billion Ghana cedis in claims were rejected. Mr. Speaker, due to duplications, recycled IPCs, inflated invoices, falsified stores receipts advice, and instances of no work but demanding money. Right Honorable Speaker, out of the rejected amount, about 1 billion Ghana cedis, comprising BTAs, bank transfer advices, that had already been processed by the Ministry of Finance and were ready for payment by the Controlling Accountant General and Bank of Ghana, were rejected. The Speaker, without this audit, these claims would have been paid, underscoring the importance of vigilance and verification. Mr. Speaker, about 2 billion Ghana cedis was also reclassified from claims to BTS. Right, Honorable Speaker, the report is ready and it will be submitted and the detail may be discussed by this House. Mr. Speaker, this audit has not only saved the nation billions in potential losses, but also restored accountability, strengthened expenditure controls, and reaffirmed this government's unwavering commitment to fiscal discipline and transparency. Mr. Speaker, we have identified an abuse in the use of import declaration forms, IDFs. Mr. Speaker, I'll give you the update. Right, Honorable Speaker, our investigation into Ghana's import system exposed a staggering abuse of import declaration forms, a tool meant to support legitimate trade, but now hijacked for illicit transfers and tax evasion. Mr. Speaker, between April 2020 and August 2025, over 525,000 transactions amounting to an equivalent of $83 billion were processed through ICOPS. Mr. Speaker, surprisingly, this amount of $83 billion were transferred from Ghana in the name of imports. But surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, only 10,440 of these transactions were linked to actual imports. Mr. Speaker, an equivalent of $31 billion in transactions were transferred abroad with no goods imported into the country. Mr. Speaker, this leaks bleeds our reserves, weakens the Ghana cedi, and deprive the economy of resources that should have been used to build schools, roads, and hospitals. Mr. Speaker, the audit also reveals that some importers underdeclared values to hide about 76 billion cedis in imports, denying Ghana about 11 billion Ghana cedis in potential revenue between 2020 to 2025 August. Mr. Speaker, other importers inflated transfer values, aided by some banks that ignored the $200,000 ceiling set by the central bank. Over 17,700 IDF applications broke this limit, channeling an equivalent of about $20 billion in unverified transactions out of Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker, this was not a loophole. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, this was not a loophole. It was an organized system for exploitation. In fact, an organized crime. Mr. Speaker, persons and institutions behind these activities are being referred to the Attorney General, Economic and Organized Crime Office, the FIC, and CID for investigation. Mr. Speaker, also, the Ghana Revenue Authority will establish a special recovery unit to reclaim all this lost revenue between this period. Right, Honorable Speaker, government has since acted decisively. An interagency committee will now audit all imported related transfers going forward. The Bank of Ghana will also match every forest transfer with verified import data. Mr. Speaker, we are drawing a hard line. Every dollar leaving Ghana must deliver real value for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's public debt is firmly on downward path. Mr. Speaker, by October 2025, total debt had fallen from 726.7 billion Ghana cedis, or 61.8% of GDP in 2024, to 630.2 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent of 45% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, marking one of the sharpest decline in our history. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in over a decade, we have recorded a negative rate of debt accumulation from a positive 19.1% in 2024 to a negative 13.3% in 2025. Mr. Speaker, this turnaround reflects fiscal discipline, prudent borrowing, and stronger cedi, showing that Ghana's reforms are being measured, Mr. Speaker, and they are showing results. At home, domestic debt market has rebounded. Treasury bill have dropped by 1,600 basis points, with the 91-day Treasury bill at 10.7 from 28.9, the lowest in 14 years. Mr. Speaker, government has paid 20.3 billion Ghana cedis in bonds coupons, restoring trust and market liquidity. Mr. Speaker, Eurobond prices are up by 17%, yield down by 300 basis points, and investor confidence is back. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has entered a new era of debt sustainability, anchored on discipline, transparency, and fiscal sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, I'll give an update on sovereign credit ratings. Right Honorable Speaker, all three major international rating agencies have upgraded Ghana's, affirming new faith in our macroeconomic management. In June 2025, Fitch lifted Ghana from restricted default to B-. Again, Moody's in October upgraded Ghana to CAA1. And Mr. Speaker, in November, a couple of weeks ago, S&P also upgraded Ghana to B-/B. Mr. Speaker, together, these upgrades marks a global vote of confidence. Ghana is once again credible, stable, and open for business. Mr. Speaker, I take you to monetary and financial sector performance. Right Honorable Speaker, monetary policy in 2025 stayed tight but effective, thanks to prudent management by the central bank and the governor. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana cut broad money growth to 16.6% and base money to 4.5%, sterilizing 55 billion Ghana cedis to stabilize the cedi and lock in the lowest inflation in 4 years. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's external sector remained strong in 2025. The current account surplus rose to 3.2% of GDP from 2%, driven by robust gold and cocoa export, higher remittance, and strict import management. Mr. Speaker, a $2.1 billion United States dollar trade surplus and growth in non-traditional exports showed a more diversified economy. The Ghana cedi appreciated against the US dollar from 16.35 Ghana cedi to the US dollar in November 2024 to 10 cedi 92 pesos as at 10th November 2025. Mr. Speaker, this represents a rare appreciation of 35%, reflecting sound fiscal and monetary policy management. Right Honorable Speaker, this stability lowered debt costs and eased inflation. Gold and cocoa powered the recovery. Gold earnings rose 68% to 11.2 billion United States dollars. Speaker, cocoa rose 170% to 2.47 billion United States dollars. Whilst oil dipped to 1.83 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's rising export firms reserves, and a stable cedi confirms one thing, that Ghana's recovery is real, disciplined, and indeed lasting. Mr. Speaker, take you to sectorial performance. Right Honorable Speaker, the story of Ghana's economic recovery in 2025 is best told through the work of our ministries, departments, and agencies. Across every sector, from agriculture and industry to governance, infrastructure and human development, performance in 2025 reflects disciplined execution and innovation. Mr. Speaker, our task now is to sustain this momentum. We will boost productivity in agriculture and industry, accelerate infrastructure delivery, and strengthen governance and skills development. Sector ministers will present their outlook in detail, but the message is clear. Ghana is rebounding with purpose and rising with promise. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 medium-term policy objectives and targets is what I'm now going to present. Right Honorable Speaker, as we enter 2026, our mission is clear: to turn the hard-won stability of 2025 into shared prosperity. Mr. Speaker, the sacrifices made by Ghanaians over the past year have restored hope and confidence in our economy. Inflation is down, the city is stronger, and growth has regained momentum. Mr. Speaker, our fiscal strategy will match discipline with compassion. Our key fiscal policy priorities for 2026 are as follows. First will be to maintain fiscal discipline by sustaining a primary surplus of a 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis. Speaker, the second is to mobilize domestic resources through continuous implementation of our medium-term revenue strategy. Speaker, will promote value for money and rationalize spending, ensuring that every city delivers value for citizens whilst eliminating leakages and inefficiency. And finally, Mr. Speaker, protect priority social spending in education, health and social protection, to shield the poor and sustain human capital development. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, our monetary and exchange rate strategy will safeguard stability and drive growth, keep inflation low, the city strong, and confidence high. And that will be our monetary and exchange rate strategy. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana will stay data-driven and cautious, holding inflation within the targeted band of 8 ± 2 and easing only when safe. Speaker, the central bank is doing a good job. Right Honorable Speaker, to advance our medium-term macroeconomic goal of stability, resilience, and shared prosperity, government has set bold but achievable macroeconomic target for 2026 fiscal year and the medium term. Mr. Speaker, over the medium term, from 2026 to 2028, real GDP is set to rise steadily, averaging about 4.9% at the minimum. Non-oil GDP is programmed to grow around 5% at the minimum. So, Speaker, inflation will stay within 8 ± 2% targeted band, reflecting a firm grip on price stability. The Speaker, the fiscal balance will remain strong, with the primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP from 2026 onwards. And Right Honorable Speaker, gross international reserves are expected to provide at least 3 months of import cover over the medium term. Right Honorable Speaker, for the year 2026, we will achieve the following at the minimum: real GDP growth of at least 4.8%, driven by continued expansion in infrastructure and service sectors, agriculture as well. Non-oil GDP, Mr. Speaker, at least 4.9%. End-year inflation for next year will be at least 8% ± 2. Mr. Speaker, primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis in line with our fiscal responsibility framework to sustain discipline and debt sustainability. Gross international reserves of not less than 3 months of import cover, covering a strong external sector and a strong defense for the Ghana city. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's fiscal strategy over the medium term is to lock in stability and turn it into lasting growth. From 2026, government will sustain a primary surplus of at least 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis each year, anchoring fiscal discipline and debt sustainability. Mr. Speaker, revenue and grant are projected to rise from 16.4% of GDP in 2025 to 16.9% in 2026, reaching 17% by 2029, driven by stronger tax administration. Right Honorable Speaker, our focus is on expanding the tax net, not overburden existing taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, expenditure growth will remain disciplined, rising modestly from 15% of GDP in 2025 to 15.4% in 2026. As a result, the fiscal deficit will narrow sharply from 2.8% of GDP in 2025 to 2% in 2026 and 2.1% by 2029. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, government will target a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP, consistent with our fiscal anchor. The overall fiscal deficit on commitment basis is projected at 2.2% of GDP. On cash basis, the overall fiscal deficit is projected at 4% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, this fiscal stance balances consolidation with growth, maintaining discipline while safeguarding resources for productive investment under the Big Push Infrastructure Program and other national priorities. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revenue mobilization for 2026. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2026, government expects to collect total revenue and grant of 268.1 billion Ghana cedis, up from 226.7 billion in 2025, a strong 18.3% increase. Non-oil tax revenue, the backbone of domestic mobilization, is projected at 216.1 billion Ghana cedis, growing on the back of improved compliance and enforcement. Oil and gas receipts are expected to contribute 13.6 billion Ghana cedis, supported by steady global prices. The Speaker, non-tax revenue is projected at 20.9 billion, with 18.2 billion retained by ministries, departments, and agencies to sustain essential service. The Speaker, additional inflows from SNET transfers and energy sector levies are estimated at 14.4 billion Ghana cedis, whilst development partners grant will add 3.1 billion to fund key projects. The Speaker, total expenditure on commitment basis for 2026 is projected at 302.6.5 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 18.9% of GDP, up from 251.7 billion Ghana cedis in 2025. Primary expenditure stands at 244.7 billion, or 15.3% of GDP, reflecting targeted spending that drives growth and delivers value. Compensation of employees is projected at 90.3 billion Ghana cedis, ensuring fair remuneration for public servants. The Speaker, 13.2 billion have been allocated for goods and services to improve efficiency across MDAs. Right Honorable Speaker, capital expenditure will rise sharply to 57.5 billion Ghana cedis, or 3.6% of GDP, led by the Big Push Infrastructure Program, which alone will absorb 30 billion Ghana cedis for road development. The Speaker, interest payments are projected to decline to 57.7 billion thanks to prudent liability management. The Speaker, grant to statutory funds, energy payment, and other essential transfers totals 63.6 billion Ghana cedis, whilst ESLA and IPP commitments are estimated at 19.7 billion Ghana cedis. Overall, the 2026 appropriation stands at about 357.1 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is a bold yet responsible budget designed to sustain stability, build infrastructure, and improve the lives of every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to budget balances and financing. Right Honorable Speaker, the overall fiscal balance on commitment basis is projected at a deficit of 34.4 billion, equivalent to 2.2% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance records a surplus of 23.3 billion Ghana cedis, representing 1.5% of our GDP. Mr. Speaker, on cash basis, the overall deficit is projected at 64.2 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 4% of GDP. The cash deficit of 64.2 billion will be financed from balanced mix of foreign and domestic borrowing sources. Mr. Speaker, foreign finance is projected as a net repayment of 6.6 billion, or 0.4% of GDP. This includes extended disbursement, expected disbursement from the IMF and the World Bank. Mr. Speaker, domestic financing will amount to 71 billion Ghana cedis and will be sourced from long and short-term government securities. Mr. Speaker, the strategy will support domestic market development and ensure their sustainability, as well as maintaining financial sector stability. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's 2025 to 2028 debt management strategy marks a decisive shift to responsible borrowing. With 93.5% of total debt restructured, 20.3 billion in domestic bonds, 13.1 billion in Eurobond, and 5.2 billion in bilateral loans. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is firmly on a sustained path. Mr. Speaker, the strategy focuses on cutting refinancing risk, reducing costs, deepening local markets, and boosting transparency. It revives the bond market, building liquidity buffers, and relies mainly on concessional financing from the IMF, World Bank, and bilateral partners. Mr. Speaker, benchmarks including short-term debt below 15%, treasury bills, and 20% of domestic debt and foreign debt capped at 70%. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the meat. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the meat. The fiscal policy measures, structural reforms, and key policy initiatives. Right Honorable Speaker, the choices we made in 2025 have restored macroeconomic stability, built trust in our fiscal institutions, and rekindled the hope of our country. The task before us now is to turn that stability into sustained progress and to make growth felt in every home, every community, and every enterprise. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget represents the next phase of our national renewal, a practical, forward-looking plan to consolidate the gains, accelerate transformation, and secure prosperity for all Ghanaians. It is the next chapter in building the Ghana we want, a nation that works around the clock, creates opportunities for all, and protect the dignity and dreams of every citizen. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to reaffirm government 3 key priorities for 2026. First, consolidation of macroeconomic stability. Second, we will accelerate economic transformation and job creation. And finally, we will strengthen the security and social sectors for inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, this budget builds on the stability of 2025 and channels it into action that delivers more jobs, better infrastructure, stronger industries, and better public service. Mr. Speaker, the budget moves Ghana from recovery to transformation and from promises to progress. Right Honorable Speaker, let me now outline the core policy measures, structural reforms, and key policy initiatives that will drive this transformation, each one designed to deliver tangible results, reduce the cost of living, empower businesses, and create decent jobs. First, on the fiscal policy measures and structural reforms. Mr. Speaker, government remains steadfast in the commitment to restore and sustain fiscal stability as the foundation for inclusive growth. Our focus for 2026 and the medium term is to maintain a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis. We are pursuing a disciplined, data-driven fiscal strategy, one that raises more revenue, spend better, and protect the most vulnerable while safeguarding long-term stability. Mr. Speaker, to achieve our fiscal target for 2026 and the medium term, government will implement a comprehensive set of revenue, expenditure, and structural measures underpinned by transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, on the revenue side, government will deepen domestic resource mobilization through the implementation of the medium-term revenue strategy. In addition, government will undertake comprehensive VAT reforms. Will also tighten enforcement of tax arrests and exemptions, ensuring that all eligible entities pay their fair share. Mr. Speaker, these measures are expected to lift non-oil revenue to 15.7% of GDP in 2026 from a projected 15.1% of GDP in 2025. Mr. Speaker, take you to VAT reforms. In 2025 budget and the media fiscal policy review, government made a firm promise to reform Ghana's value-added tax system, to make it fairer, simpler, and more efficient. We pledge to remove distortions, addressing the cascading effect inherent in the VAT system, strengthen compliance, and create a tax regime that supports both businesses and fiscal stability. These distortions have negatively impacted overall welfare, increased the deadweight loss in the economy, and significantly reduced VAT compliance. Today, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to report to this House that we have finally delivered on that promise. Mr. Speaker, after months of detailed analysis and broad consultations with stakeholders, we have completed the design of modernized VAT system fit for Ghana's economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, government is therefore submitting to this House today and for approval, Mr. Speaker, a bold package of VAT reforms that will make our tax system more equitable, transparent, and business-friendly. Right, Honorable Speaker, the new VAT reforms will do the following. We will abolish the COVID-19 health recovery levy. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the decoupling of GET Fund and National Health Insurance levies from the VAT tax base. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish VAT on recognizance and prospecting of minerals. Mr. Speaker, we will reduce the effective VAT rate from 21.9% to 20%. Mr. Speaker, we will raise the VAT registration threshold from 200,000 to 750,000 cedis. Mr. Speaker, we will extend VAT zero rating on the supply of local manufacturing textiles to 2028. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, we promise to abolish the COVID-19 levy. With the support of this House, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that I'm happy to announce that today, COVID-19 levy is accordingly abolished. Mr. Speaker, by abolishing the COVID-19 levy, government is putting 3.7 billion Ghana cedis in the pockets of individuals and businesses in 2026. Mr. Speaker, these reforms will also reduce the cost of doing business by 5% as a result of subjecting GET Fund and NHIL levies to input-output deductibility for businesses, Mr. Speaker. Altogether, the VAT reforms is expecting to give back nearly 6 billion Ghana cedis to businesses and households. We'll give it to you. 6 billion cedis, Mr. Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, the VAT registration threshold has declined in real terms from 200,000 Ghana cedis in 2015 to approximately 48,000 Ghana cedis in current values. Mr. Speaker, this means that small and micro businesses that were exempted in 2015 from VAT registration are now compelled to register and charge VAT. This has placed an undue burden on small and micro businesses and also increased the cost of administering VAT. Right, Honorable Speaker, the increase in VAT threshold is expected to address this problem and make VAT administration simpler and easier to implement. So, Speaker, VAT on mineral exploration and reconnaissance has led to very little investment in minerals exploration over the past 2 decades. So, Speaker, abolishing VAT on minerals exploration and reconnaissance will revive investor confidence, stimulate greenfield activities, and ensure the long-term sustainability of the country's mining sector. Right, Honorable Speaker, this measure will promote responsible mining and help to mitigate the hazard mineral prospecting that degrades our forests and water bodies. So, Speaker, to support the domestic textiles industry, government zero-rated the VAT on supply of local manufactured textiles, which is due to end in December 2025. Government is resolute in supporting the domestic textiles industry, which has demonstrated a capability to expand when given the appropriate fiscal incentives. Mr. Speaker, in line with this and the Ghana Textiles and Garment Policy, government has decided to extend the zero rating to end December 2028, protecting over 2,000 direct jobs. Mr. Speaker, the VAT reforms will make Ghana a more business-friendly economy, create the opportunity for businesses and expansion, and to create more jobs. Mr. Speaker, we are not only seeking to change the policy and framework around VAT, we are also deploying electronic and digital solutions to improve VAT administration. Mr. Speaker, The measures proposed will include the following: the introduction of digital solutions to tax collection system. The second is to introduce the fiscal electronic devices. The third, Mr. Speaker, the introduction of VAT reward schemes designed to encourage general public to assist with policing VAT revenues by collecting VAT receipt for purchases they make. Mr. Speaker, this will allow taxpayers to use their VAT receipt to benefit from a VAT promotion and reward scheme. Right Honorable Speaker, these reforms mark a turning point in Ghana's value-added tax administration. They will make compliance easier for businesses, strengthen revenue mobilization, and enhance credibility of our fiscal framework for 2026 and the medium term. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Revenue Authority will roll out a comprehensive public education and awareness campaign to ensure a smooth and transparent implementation of these reforms. Mr. Speaker, it honors our pledge to lighten the load on honest taxpayers whilst building a strong, fairer foundation for national development. Right Honorable Speaker, beyond the VAT, government will, ahead of 2027, embark on a comprehensive reform of Ghana's key tax laws, including the Income Tax Act, Excise Tax Acts, and the Customs Tax Act, to align them with global best practices, promote equity and competitiveness, simplifying compliance and enhance revenue generation. The Ministry of Finance will commence these reviews in 2026, engage stakeholders, and submit a draft to Parliament as part of the 2027 budget. Mr. Speaker, closing revenue leakages at the port. Right Honorable Speaker, significant leakages at our port continue to undermine revenue mobilization. A recent audit revealed systemic weakness in classification, valuation, and cargo inspection. In 2024 alone, Ghana recorded imports valued at 204 billion Ghana cedis in cost insurance and fleet. Yet, only 85 billion Ghana cedis was taxable, pointing to misclassification and underinvoicing. To tackle this, government will deploy an AI-driven pre-arrival inspection for all cross-border shipment. Mr. Speaker, this technology is programmed to detect undervaluation, flag high-risk goods, and strengthen customs capacity to combat smuggling, improve safety, and protect national security. Right Honorable Speaker, by integrating automation into port operations, we expect to significantly boost customs revenue, enhance trade efficiency, and close long-standing revenue gaps. Mr. Speaker, on the expenditure front, we will continue to rationalize spending by eliminating low-value programs and streamline earmark funds, freeing space for critical priority projects such as roads, energy, agriculture, and education. Mr. Speaker, every cedi saved will be redirected to projects that create jobs and delivers tangible benefit for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, to achieve this and support the fiscal sustainability agenda, key expenditure measures for the 2026 fiscal year are as follows. The first will be that we will contain recurrent expenditures by capping non-essential expenditures such as foreign travels, workshops, and vehicle procurement, and elimination of low-impact programs. Mr. Speaker, we'll rationalize the earmark funds, reinforce commitment authorization, continue to strengthen social protection system by safeguarding allocation to LEAP. Mr. Speaker, we'll prioritize capital investment in infrastructure, particularly in area of big push. Right Honorable Speaker, on the structural reform side, we'll pursue the following. Government will enforce sanctions under Section 96 to 98 of the Public Financial Management Act. The payroll validation exercise led by the Ministry of Finance in collaboration with the Controller and Accountant General will also be done. So, Speaker, comprehensive review and audit of the budget preparation and implementation process will be undertaken. We will implement recommendations from the comprehensive arrest and commitment audit by the Auditor General aided by EY and PwC. Right Honorable Speaker, will strengthen fiscal discipline and accountability through the operationalization of Revised Fiscal Responsibility Act. Mr. Speaker, we will institutionalize quarterly expenditure reviews. Right Honorable Speaker, together, these measures will ensure that Ghana lives within its means, mobilize resources fairly, and spend efficiently. Fiscal discipline is not an end in itself. It is the bridge between stability and progress, between policy and real improvement in the lives of our people. Right Honorable Speaker, the real value of Ghana's procurement threshold has eroded over time, trapping even small projects in slow, expensive approval cycles. The Speaker, the last review was in 2016. Since then, inflation and currency depreciation have made it nearly impossible for district assemblies, for example, to deliver basic community projects efficiently. The Speaker, the government is therefore updating procurement thresholds under the Public Procurement Act to restore their values and match today's market realities. Right Honorable Speaker, years of inflation and weak oversight have drained real value from public spending. Too often, projects are overpriced, delayed, or abandoned because scrutiny comes only after money is spent. To fix this, government will establish an independent value for money office, a permanent guardian of efficiency, accountability, and fiscal integrity. Speaker, it will certify major projects before approval, monitor delivery, and evaluate results to ensure every city delivers measurable value. The office will enforce cost benchmarks, require public VFM certificate for contracts, and coordinate with the Auditor General, the Public Procurement Authority, and Internal Audit Agency to impose penalties for waste and fraud. Right Honorable Speaker, the Value for Money Transparency Portal will publish certified projects and citizen feedback in real times. Mr. Speaker, this reform will save up to 3 billion Ghana cedis a year, cut contract inflation, and rebuild public trust. Mr. Speaker, the Value for Money Office is not just another agency. It is Ghana's watchdog for prudent spending and real results. Mr. Speaker, we will be making the following amendment. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's petroleum wealth must work harder for its people. Since 2011, our petroleum funds have earned barely 1% annually. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, it proves that parking them only in low-risk foreign securities limits value creation. To change this, government would designate additional qualifying investment instrument under the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. This will allow a portion of the petroleum fund to be invested in commercial viable domestic energy projects, such as gas and power infrastructure. That would drive industrialization and jobs whilst improving long-term returns. Mr. Speaker, this reforms follows global best practices. Sovereign funds in Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, and UAE now channel savings into productivity investment that powers growth. Mr. Speaker, Ghana must do same. The new framework will maintain strict safeguards, transparency, and performance audit to ensure every dollar earns real value. Right Honorable Speaker, this is the mindset shift from passive savings and earnings to productive investment, from idle reserves abroad to energy that powers Ghana's future. Speaker, that is the way we are going to go. Our oil wealth must not sit idle. It must build, and must build our country. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to public debt management initiatives and reforms in 2026. Right Honorable Speaker, 2026 marks a new phase in Ghana's public debt management, one defined by foresight, discipline, and innovation. After stabilizing our debt trajectory through strong fiscal performance and debt restructuring, government focus now shifts to building resilience. We are putting in place modern tools and systems to ensure that every borrowing decision supports growth, safeguard sustainability, and protect the public purse for future generations. Mr. Speaker, one of the key priorities for 2026 is to strengthen liability management in the domestic debt management market. Mr. Speaker, upon expiration of domestic debt exchange program restrictions in 21st February 2026, government will re-enter the domestic debt market strategically. Mr. Speaker, the immediate objective is to reduce our dependence on short-term treasury instruments, lower rollover risk, and create fiscal space for productive investment. Right Honorable Speaker, as part of the strategy to re-enter the domestic bond market, government will begin the issuance of domestic infrastructure bonds to fund critical infrastructure in the 2026 budget and beyond. Mr. Speaker, through buybacks, targeted cash management, we will actively smoothing the reprofiling, smoothing the maturing reprofile of domestic debt and lower interest costs in line with our medium-term debt management strategy. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to key policy initiatives in the 2026 budget across sectors. Right Honorable Speaker, I begin with the energy sector. Energy is the engine of Ghana's transformation. Our goal is to turn power from a constraint into a competitive advantage for every home, factory, and enterprise. Reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy will be the fuel that drives the 24-hour economy, powers industry, lights communities, and create jobs. Through bold reforms, strategic investment, and smarter management, government is building an energy system that not only keeps the light on, but propels inclusive growth across every corner of our country. Mr. Speaker, I now go to gas to power transformation. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's gas to power strategy is transforming our energy future, shifting from costly light crude to cleaner, locally produced natural gas. This will cut generation costs by about 75%, strengthen energy security, and align with our climate goals. Gas production is rising fast in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the offshore Cape 3 Point partners, OCTP partners, have expanded capacity from 240 to 270 million standard cubic feet per day, while Jubilee and 10 field partners now supply about 130 from 110 million cubic feet per day. Mr. Speaker, within 10 months, we have added more than 50 million standard cubic feet per day of gas. Right Honorable Speaker, new agreement will add another 150 million standard cubic feet daily, ensuring reliable, affordable fuel for power generation. To process this additional gas for power generation, government is fast-tracking the Ghana Gas Processing Plant, GPP2. So, Speaker, this shift means cheaper power, cleaner energy, and a stronger, self-reliant Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, in the medium term, a total of 150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day will be produced by our OCTP and Jubilee partners, enough to generate up to 1,200 megawatts of power, bigger than Akosombo Dam. So, Speaker, beginning 2026, government will commence the construction of 1,200 megawatts state-owned thermal power plant to offtake the additional 1,150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day from OCTP partners and GPP2. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, beginning 2026, government will commence the construction of a 1,200 megawatt state-owned thermal power plant to offtake the additional 150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day from OCTP partners and GPP2. This plant will support the provision of reliable and affordable power and secures Ghana's energy future. Mr. Speaker, the 1,200 megawatts is bigger than what our almighty Akosombo can produce. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's oil production has witnessed consistent decline over the years, falling from 71.4 million barrels in 2019 to an estimated 36 million barrels in 2025, almost 50% decline. President Mahama has taken decisive action to reverse this trend. Mr. Speaker, government investor-friendly reforms have already secured over $3.5 billion in new investment commitment. These includes a $2 billion United States framework agreement for the Jubilee and 10 fields to drill 20 new wells and a $1.5 billion United States memorandum of intent with OCTP partners to expand operations. Mr. Speaker, this new investor-friendly environment has also drawn the interest of oil and gas majors such as Shell in our upstream industry. This is expected to bring in new capital, technology, and expertise to increase our oil and gas production. Right Honorable Speaker, GNPC will commence drilling for oil on the offshore Voltaire Basin in October 2026. The prospects look good to expand Ghana's hydrocarbon production. Right Honorable Speaker, an upstream regulatory and fiscal review is underway to make Ghana's petroleum regime more competitive, transparent, and stable. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, government will roll out Rural Electrification Acceleration and Urban Intensification Initiative to achieve universal access to power. Mr. Speaker, through a faster turnkey model, it will connect every unserved community, boost rural economies, and drive Ghana's 24-hour economy policy. An electricity intensification program will extend connections to all remaining homes and businesses, ensuring that no Ghanaian is left without power. Mr. Speaker, the rollout starts in Volta, Oti, Savannah, and Central regions in 2026, expanding nationwide by 2029 with off-grid solar to remote areas. Mr. Speaker, electricity will be universal, reliable, and life-changing. Right Honorable Speaker, we will undertake feasibility studies on mini hydroelectronic potentials of the Volta, Red Volta, and other southern river systems. Mr. Speaker, through these coordinated reforms, from reviving the upstream oil and gas sector, securing gas supply, renegotiating IPPs, building a national power plant, expanding rural access, and reforming the operations of ECG, we are securing affordable and reliable energy for individuals and businesses. We are not just keeping the lights on, we are lighting the path for industrial transformation, job creation, and inclusive prosperity. Mr. Speaker, I will take you to agricultural sector initiatives. Right Honorable Speaker, agriculture remains the heartbeat of Ghana's economy, the source of food, jobs, and dignity for millions of our people. Mr. Speaker, our vision is to make Ghana's agriculture commercial, modern, mechanized, market-driven, and youth and women-led. The focus is on creating agro-industries across the country, dynamic hubs where production, processing, and distribution happens around the clock. Mr. Speaker, this is how we will feed our people, provide raw materials for our industries, reduce imports, create jobs, and make farming profitable. Once again, Right Honorable Speaker, in view of that, we have developed a national policy on integrated oil palm development. Mr. Speaker, government is launching the National Policy on Integrated Oil Palm Development, a bold plan to turn Ghana's red gold into a powerhouse of jobs, industry, and foreign exchange. Right Honorable Speaker, despite being one of Africa's pioneers in oil palm, Ghana still imports nearly 200,000 metric tons of crude palm oil yearly, costing over $200 million United States dollars. This policy changes that by expanding plantation, boosting refinery and processing, will create about 250,000 jobs. So, Speaker, the goal is clear. 100,000 hectares of new plantation, self-sufficiency in palm oil, and global competitiveness, and creating 250,000 jobs in the value chain. To unlock this potential, government will secure a large climate-suitable land banks through the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to ensure fair compensation, secure tenure, and full environmental compliance. This marks a new dawn for Ghana's agro-industrial transformation. Mr. Speaker, we are putting together a $500 million equivalent oil palm development financing window. Mr. Speaker, oil palm plantation development requires patience and long-term capital and not short-term loans. To meet these needs, government is establishing $500 million equivalent oil palm development financing window with the World Bank, DFIs, and our development bank. So, Speaker, it will offer long-term, low-interest financing, 5-year grace period, and cover up to 70% of project costs, targeting only sustainable, job-creating ventures. Right Honorable Speaker, smallholder farmers will be at the center of this policy. Mr. Speaker, through our Outgrower Partnership Scheme, they will access improved seedlings, mechanization, credit, and guarantee offtake at a fair price. Right Honorable Speaker, the Tree Crops Development Authority, Oil Palm Research Institute, OPRI, and the Ghana Exim Bank will provide technical support, research, financing, backed by smallholder support fund for women and youth to enter into this function. So, Speaker, the Tree Crops Development Authority will regulate production, whilst OPRI develops the high-yield varieties. A tax stamp regime for edible oils will be introduced to curb smuggling and protect local production. So, Speaker, together, these reforms will make Ghana self-sufficient, export-ready, and regional leader in sustainable palm oil by 2032. Right Honorable Speaker, this policy is more than agriculture. It is a blueprint for industrialization, rural transformation, and shared prosperity. Ghana has the land. We have the people. This adds the vision. This adds the vision to turn every palm planted into a lasting prosperity. So, Speaker, we will establish farmer service centers. Right Honorable Speaker, under the Farmer Service Centers initiative, the government will provide agriculture mechanization machinery for 50 agricultural districts with over 4,400 different machineries. So, Speaker, these machineries will include the following. So, Speaker, we'll be getting 660 tractors, 3,000 tractor trailers, 200 mini tractors, 200 mini tractor trailers, 200 mini tractor tillers, 200 mini tractor cultivators, 200 mini tractor plows, 200 mini tractor harrows, 200 mini tractor cutter-bars. Mr. Speaker, 200 mini tractor mowers, 463 disc plows. Right Honorable Speaker, 204 disc plows, 330 16 disc harrows, 1,000 kg mineral fertilizer spreaders, 104 row precision seed drills, 106 row precision seed drills, 132 row 132-row pneumatic seed drills, 300 800-liter boom sprayers, 50 combined harvesters, 50 maize headers for combined harvesters, and Mr. Speaker will also provide 25 soil header for combined harvesters. Right, Honorable Speaker. Our farmers always cried, Mr. Speaker, our farmers have always carried Ghana on their shoulders. With this investment, we are returning the favor, giving them the tools, technology, and support to carry the nation into a future of food security and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, the transformation has begun. Agriculture is not just an occupation. It is the engine of Ghana's renewal. Mr. Speaker, in response to the food glut across the country, President Mahama has directed the immediate release of an additional 200 million Ghana cedis to Food Buffer Stock Company to purchase and store the excess food to protect the investment and income of our cherished food, crops, and poultry farmers. The Speaker, that will be processed ASAP. Right, Honorable Speaker, President Mahama has also directed that all schools from basic to secondary to purchase rice, maize, chicken, and eggs produced in Ghana only. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, President Mahama has also directed that all schools from basics to secondary schools to purchase rice, maize, chicken, and eggs produced in Ghana only. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Education, the Ghana Education Trust Fund, the School Feeding Program, the Free Secondary Education Secretariat, and the National Food Buffer Stores Company are accordingly directed to ensure strict compliance without fail. Mr. Speaker, I will now take you to the Big Push Infrastructure Program. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Big Push Infrastructure Program, launched under the leadership of President Mahama, is Ghana's largest investment in modern infrastructure, valued at an equivalent of 10 billion United States dollars. It is turning fiscal stability into visible progress by building roads, bridges, ports, and logistics. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, 13.8 billion Ghana cedis was dedicated to strategic road projects across all regions, guided by economic returns, equity, and alignment with 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, contractors are now on site on most of the projects. Mr. Speaker, these projects are expected to complete by May 2027, with payment assured within 30 days. Right, Honorable Speaker, within 30 days of submitting IPCs. Mr. Speaker, the goal is clear: connect Ghana end to end, making infrastructure the backbone of industrialization and opportunity, from farms to factories and from homes to market. Right, Honorable Speaker, following feasibility studies, two transformative projects have been added to the Big Push. Mr. Speaker, they are the Accra-Kumasi Expressway and the Achi-Amamfrom-Adoso Bridge. Mr. Speaker, let me now provide some details about these two iconic infrastructure projects. Right, Honorable Speaker, a flagship of the Big Push infrastructure program is Ghana's Kumasi, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway project, Ghana's first modern 6-lane bi-directional Class A expressway. stretching 198.7 kilometers. The Accra-Kumasi Expressway will link the capital to the Ashanti region through the Greater Accra and Eastern region, linking the south to the north. The Accra-Kumasi Expressway, which is on a new alignment, will reduce current travel distance by 50 kilometers, from 250 kilometers to 198.7 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway is also expected to have travel time between Accra and Kumasi, reducing transport costs by nearly 40%. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway project alone is expected to create over 30,000 direct and indirect jobs during construction. Right, Honorable Speaker, beyond mobility, it will stimulate industrial parks, logistic hubs, and service economies along its route, powering the 24-hour economy and strengthening Ghana's competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, the expressway will feature 8 major interchanges, each designed to ease urban congestion and improve regional connectivity. The interchanges will be located at the Accra Hub, Adesso, Esaman Kese, Achem Oda, Ofuase, Lake Bosumtwe, and Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, the expressway will feature 8 major interchanges, each designed to ease urban congestion and improve regional connectivity. The interchanges will be located at the Accra Hub, Adesso, Isaman Kese, Achem Oda, Ofuase, Lake Bosumtwe, and Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, it will also include 3 major bridges over the Birim and Pra rivers. Right, Honorable Speaker, the project will include 4 service areas equipped with emergency medical facilities, fire stations, maintenance and rescue centers, catering rest stops, fuel stations, electric vehicle charging stations, and parking lots. Right, Honorable Speaker, these facilities will operate 24 hours in line with our 24-hour economy program. Mr. Speaker, 2 modern 20-toll-lane plaza, the Accra Mainline Toll Plaza and the Kumasi Mainline Toll Plaza, will deploy automated systems to ensure efficient revenue collection and minimal delays. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway will open up our dear country. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Adoso Echiamanfom Bridge and related road network will open up the farm prince to large-scale commercial agriculture. This is urgently required to unlock the agriculture and economic potential of the farm prince enclave. Mr. Speaker, government has also identified one of the major causes of food inflation to be bad roads linking food-producing enclaves to market. Mr. Speaker, as a result, government is announcing a 3-year program to construct 1,000 kilometers of agriculture enclave roads. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Agriculture Enclave Roads Program will be implemented by the Department of Feeder Roads under the Ministry of Roads and Highways. Mr. Speaker, the roads will be carefully selected and constructed in food processing enclaves only with the support of the Ministry of Agriculture. Right, Honorable Speaker, this will ensure that food produced is transported from farm gate to market to reduce transportation costs, post-harvest losses, and enhance food security generally. Mr. Speaker, the Big Push Infrastructure Program is more than a construction drive. It is a nation-building vision. It will create thousands of jobs, empower local contractors, and strengthen linkages with domestic industries in agro-processing, manufacturing, and construction. So, Speaker, it is about connecting opportunities, linking people and markets so that growth is not confined to few cities, but shared across the entire country. Right, Honorable Speaker, through the big push, we are proving that Ghana can build its way into prosperity. One road, one bridge at a time. Mr. Speaker, this is the era of infrastructure. Ghana will not only build to recover, but will build to transform. Mr. Speaker, Ghana Airport Company will also introduce an airport development fee to rehabilitate Sunyani Airport, construct a new airport at Bogatanga, build a multi-purpose car park and a connecting concourse between the Terminal 2 and Terminal 3 at the Kotoka International Airport. Mr. Speaker, land and natural resources are the foundation of Ghana's wealth and future. For too long, our land system have been slowed. Opaque, our land administration system have been slow, opaque, and prone to fraud. Mr. Speaker, this is stifling investment and opportunities. Government has launched a technology-led land administration reform to bring forth transparency and speed to land transactions. Right, Honorable Speaker, every Ghanaian will soon be able to register, verify, and transfer land online, ending the era of missing files, corruption, and disputes. So, Speaker, to sustain this transformation, the Land Commission, working with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, will retain all its revenue to fund a technology-led national land registry. So, Speaker, this will integrate land, planning, and property data on one secure platform. So, Speaker, this will unlock access to credit, boost agriculture business, and make land a catalyst for jobs. Land will no longer be a source of conflict, but a foundation for shared prosperity. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana is also protecting Ghana's forest. Government is also protecting Ghana's forests, rivers, and mineral wealth. So, Speaker, key water bodies and forest reserves have been declared high security zones, with 1,000 officers deployed and real-time tracking of mining equipment by Minerals Commission has been instituted. We are working with traditional leaders and communities to reclaim degraded land and restore ecosystems. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, government will partner with private sector to reclaim 10,000 hectares using fast-growing tree species. Right, Honorable Speaker. Government is positioning modern textiles and garment as a cornerstone of Ghana's industrial transformation. 3 new garment factories in Bono East, Central and Eastern regions will be established to operate under the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, this will create about 20,000 direct jobs and boost community livelihood through private sector partnership. To strengthen local manufacturing, export of non-ferrous scrap metals and raw rubber will be restricted under the Feed the Industry program. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen local manufacturing, export of non-ferrous scrap metals and raw rubbers will be restricted under the Feed the Industry program. This will channel raw materials to domestic processes, support component manufacturing, and build stronger value chain in metals and rubber-based industries. Right, Honorable Speaker, 7 new agro-processing plants in the Northern, Central, Ahafo, Bono, Northeast, Bono East, and Western North regions will soon be fully operational. This will process yam, fish, poultry, cashew, rice, shea, and palm kernel oil, cutting post-harvest losses, generating 700 direct jobs, and providing reliable markets for thousands of farmers. Mr. Speaker, these initiatives mark a decisive shift from exporting raw materials to building factories, adding value and creating jobs for our dear youth. Right Honorable Speaker, under the President's Accelerated Export Development Initiative to enhance value addition, 2 new cashew processing plants to be financed by the Ghana Exim Bank will be constructed at Sampa in the Jama North municipality of the Bono region and Abuabo Techiman in the Bono East region. The Speaker, I now take you to education. The Speaker, we recognize education as a transformative tool and a catalyst for social mobility. We will deepen our investment in education, especially on infrastructure, to cultivate a generation of informed global citizens. Right Honorable Speaker, we have developed a program, a 2-year program, to end double track. Mr. Speaker, education is the ladder by which nations climb to prosperity. And for Ghana, the ladder must be strong, wide, and within the reach of every child. Government is embarking on a bold and transformative initiative to upgrade, modernize, and expand access to secondary education across the country, ensuring that every Ghanaian child, regardless of background or location, can learn, grow, and succeed. Right Honorable Speaker, many schools are overcrowded and others lack the infrastructure or resources to deliver quality education. As a result of this, the previous administration introduced the double track system, which have adversely affected the academic calendar and the quality of our education. Mr. Speaker, government is rolling out a 2-year program to end the double track system in our secondary schools. We will expand infrastructure, enhance quality, and improve access. This program will eliminate the double track system and ensure that every child can attend school full-time in dignity and in safety. Mr. Speaker, under this program, we will upgrade Category A schools by building new classroom blocks, dormitories, and quality improvement. Mr. Speaker, we will upgrade 10 Category B schools to Category A, equipping them with modern classrooms, dormitories, libraries, science and ICT laboratories. Right Honorable Speaker, the reality is that whilst Category A and B schools receive overwhelming demand, Category C schools, which hold more than half of available spaces, remain under-enrolled due to infrastructure and quality gaps. Mr. Speaker, this inequality must end, and indeed it will end. Right Honorable Speaker, we will accordingly upgrade 30 Category C schools to Category B. Mr. Speaker, we will build new classrooms, dormitories, and modern science resource centers for these new schools. Government will complete 30 of the abandoned E-blocks in urban and peri-urban areas and expand access for students in high-demand areas. Right Honorable Speaker, government has also decided to enhance infrastructure and teaching and learning resources to improve outcomes at the basic level. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, Get Fund will construct 200 new junior high schools, 200 new primary schools, 200 new kindergartens. Mr. Speaker, Get Fund again will construct 400 4-unit teacher bungalows. And Mr. Speaker, 400 places of convenience in underserved communities and schools. Mr. Speaker, each of these will come with furnishing. This will also provide access to more than 200,000 additional students annually. Right Honorable Speaker, Get Fund will procure and distribute free comprehensive curricular-based textbooks covering the following: 4 sets of KG textbooks and workbooks for about 1 million learners, 4 sets of primary textbooks for 2 million learners, and 9 sets of JHS 3 textbooks for 1 million learners. Right Honorable Speaker, GET Fund will provide the following for secondary schools and some selected district education directorate. Mr. Speaker, GET Fund will supply 2 million pieces of metal mono decks and chairs, 200 unit 66-seater buses, 200 double cabin pickups, and 50 saloon cars. Right Honorable Speaker, President's economic diplomacy is yielding results. During his recent visit to China and Japan, he secured about 60 million United States dollars for the construction of a science and technology university in the Savannah region at Damango, Mr. Speaker, and a modern market at Aflao. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the health sector initiatives. Right Honorable Speaker, health is the heartbeat of national development, and no country can build lasting prosperity without healthy population. The 2026 budget marks a decisive step in our national journey to reset, modernize, and expand Ghana's health infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, government will begin the construction of 6 new regional hospitals for 6 newly created regions, beginning with 3 hospitals in 2026 and 2 district hospitals at Bole and Shaba. Mr. Speaker, also in 2026, government will complete 10 Agenda 111 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, in addition, we will continue the following abandoned hospital project. Mr. Speaker, we will continue the La General Hospital, Efiem Kwanta Hospital in Sekendi Takoradi Metropolis, Komfo-Anokye Maternity Block, and the Ashanti Regional Hospital in Sewua. Right Honorable Speaker, this project symbolizes our commitment to restoring trust and confidence in public health care delivery. Mr. Speaker, government will upgrade 7 hospitals to provide enhanced maternal and child health services. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, also known as the Mahama Cares, was established by the Ghana Medical Trust Fund Act to guarantee sustainable financing in the treatment of non-communicable diseases and specialized medical services. Mr. Speaker, too many Ghanaians battling chronic diseases such as cancer, hypertension, diabetes, stroke, and kidney diseases are forced to choose between life and livelihood. This goal is to build a health system that provides care for every Ghanaian, regardless of income or location, and to move decisively towards universal health coverage. In 2026, Mahama Cares will introduce a comprehensive NCD financing, non-communicable disease financing policy that defines eligible conditions, approved service lists, tariffs, and essential medicines. This will ensure that patients receive uninterrupted care without exorbitant out-pocket expenses. Mr. Speaker, diagnostics and treatment centers will be built on a PPP basis in all major hospitals across the country. This will provide testing and treatment facilities for all the key identified non-communicable diseases under the Mahama Cares program. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2026, we will retool the Ghana Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, let me honor the late Dr. Edward Kofi Omaneboama, whose vision laid the foundation for the retooling of our armed forces. In his memory, Mr. Speaker, government will, from 2026, launch a comprehensive modernization program to strengthen the Ghana Armed Forces, Navy, and Air Force to today's evolving security challenges. Mr. Speaker, this program will upgrade logistics, equipment, and infrastructure across all services. Mr. Speaker, for the Army, government has moved to renegotiate the 80 million Elbit Systems contract to secure 19 armor personnel carrier needed to boost ground readiness. Mr. Speaker, for the Navy, we will acquire the 272-meter offshore patrol vessels fitted with helipads and modern combat systems to protect Ghana's maritime borders, offshore energy, assets, and trade routes. The Speaker, these ships will restore control over our exclusive economic zones and strengthen national resilience at sea. Right Honorable Speaker, for the Air Force, the procurement will begin in 2026 for 4 new helicopters and 2 aircraft to enhance airlift, patrols, and emergency response operations. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, let me repeat. Right Honorable Speaker, let me repeat. For the Air Force, procurement will begin immediately in 2026 for 4 new helicopters and 2 aircraft to enhance airlift, patrol, and emergency response operation. Mr. Speaker, this retooling agenda will transform Ghana's armed forces into a modern, agile, and mission-ready defense force worthy of our sovereignty and the sacrifice of our heroes. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ghana National Fire Service lacks basic equipment to enable them function effectively in their duty to ensure public safety and to protect lives and property. Government will retool the Ghana National Fire Service with 100 fire tenders and assorted fire equipment. Mr. Speaker, government will also work with the private sector to bring in high-rise fire equipment. This will improve the effectiveness of Ghana National Fire Service to respond to emergencies. Mr. Speaker, I'll take you to water. Access to clean and safe sanitation is more than infrastructure. Indeed, it is a foundation of dignity, public health, and national resilience. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2026, we will intensify our effort with a bold and practical program to complete key water treatment assets across the country. So, Speaker, we will begin the construction of critical water treatment plants in Damango, Tamale, and Yendi to provide quality drinking water for the rapidly expanding populations in these 3 major cities of our country. Mr. Speaker, sports remain one of Ghana's greatest unifying forces and a powerful drive of youth development, community pride, and national identity. Yet, for far too long, large parts of our country, especially the new created regions, have lacked the facility to nurture and showcase talent. Right Honorable Speaker, the Mahama administration is determined to change this. Beginning 2026, government will commence the construction of modern sports stadiums in 3 out of 8 regions without sports stadiums. These new facilities will provide opportunities for young athletes to develop their skills, attract sports tourism, and serve as a training hub for regional and national teams. Beyond football, they will also support athletics, volleyball, boxing, and other disciplines that have long defined Ghana's sporting heritage. Mr. Speaker, we also take this opportunity to acknowledge the resilience and commitment of our Black Stars, whose qualification for the World Cup continues to inspire our nation. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2026, government will rehabilitate the National Theatre in Accra. We will also commence site acquisition and design of a second National Theatre in Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, we will establish film fund to revive the film industry, such as Kumawood and other film associations. Right Honorable Speaker, we will also establish creative arts fund for the arts, music, fashion, food, and other creative sectors. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2026, government will increase allocation to the District Assembly Common Fund to peoples living with disability from 3% to 5%. Mr. Speaker, part of this amount will be used to acquire and distribute rechargeable motorized wheelchairs to people living with disability. Mr. Speaker, the distribution will be done through the National Council for Persons with Disability. Right Honorable Speaker, Effective governance begins with evidence. That's what we cannot measure, we cannot manage. Mr. Speaker, the budget renews government commitment to building a data-driven economy anchored on accurate, timely, and transparent statistics. Right, Honorable Speaker, in 2026, the Ghana Statistical Service will be rebasing the GDP and CPI to better reflect today's economy. This will sharpen growth and inflation data, strengthen planning, and provide regional GDP estimates to guide local development. The new CPI will give truer picture of living costs across all regions. So, Speaker, I now take you to resource allocation, where the resources are going. So, Speaker, as we enter 2026, we move from stabilization to acceleration. This budget translates confidence into concrete investment that improves daily lives. Mr. Speaker, including the provision of better roads, schools and hospitals, reliable power, jobs, and targeted support for the vulnerable. Right, Honorable Speaker. What follows are the headline allocation that will drive delivery in 2026 and set the pace for medium term. Mr. Speaker, to unlock round-the-clock productivity, export and decent jobs under the 24-hour economy, we are providing an allocation of 110 million Ghana cedis in 2026 for the implementation of the 24-hour economy program. Mr. Speaker, we will be leveraging with the 24-hour economy program will be leveraging with GIF and DBG and provide private capital to keep financing largely off the sovereign balance sheet. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 2.2 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Right, Honorable Speaker, of this amount, we have allocated 245 million Ghana cedis for the Nkokon Ketsenketse and Livestock Program. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated another 200 million Ghana cedis to the National Food Buffer Stocks Company to purchase excess food storage. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 6.9 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent of 500 million, for the National Policy on Integrated Oil Palm Program between 2026 and 2032. Right, Honorable Speaker, to facilitate transportation of farm produce to market and reduce food inflation, we have allocated 828 million Ghana cedis for the construction of 1,000-kilometer agriculture enclave road for 2026. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 690 million to commence the operationalization of the Farmers Service Center. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 2 billion Ghana cedis for phase 1 of the Rural Electrification Acceleration and Urban Intensification Initiative in 2026 alone. We have also allocated an amount of 15.2 billion Ghana cedis for the energy sector shortfalls. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 4.8 billion Ghana cedis to pay down some of the IPP legacy debt as we have negotiated. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 4.3 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Roads and Highways for road construction. In addition to this, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 3 billion Ghana cedis to the Road Maintenance Trust Fund to construct 10 kilometers each in 166 constituencies in 2026 to keep roads more trouble in our constituencies. Right, Honorable Speaker, to strategically open the country, linking nations, national and regional capitals, we are allocating 30 billion Ghana cedis in 2026 for the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 33.3 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Education for its program and activities in 2026. Again, Mr. Speaker, aside the amount allocated to the Ministry of Education, we have also allocated 9.9 billion Ghana cedis to the Ghana Education Trust Fund. Mr. Speaker, we have provisioned an amount of 4.2 billion Ghana cedis for the free secondary education program. Mr. Speaker, to end the double track, we have allocated 1.1 billion Ghana cedis for the infrastructure programs I mentioned earlier. Mr. Speaker, again, we have allocated an amount of 537 million Ghana cedis for the no-fees stress policy. Mr. Speaker, that's not all. We have allocated 25 million Ghana cedis for free tertiary education for persons living with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 3 billion Ghana cedis to be able to procure 4 sets of textbooks for KG books and workbooks for about 200,000 learners, 4 sets of primary textbooks for 2 million learners, 9 sets of JHS 3 textbooks for 500 million learners, and procurement of over 2 million pieces of metal monodecks and chairs, 200 units of 66-seater buses, and 200 double cabin pickups for the distribution to the secondary schools across the country. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated 2 billion Ghana cedis for the construction of 200 new junior high schools, 200 new primary schools, 200 kindergartens, 400 KG 4-unit teacher bungalows, and 400 places of convenience in underserved communities. Mr. Speaker, to improve learning outcomes, we have allocated 157 million Ghana cedis for capitation grant. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 1.98 billion Ghana cedis for school feeding program. We have allocated 292 million for free sanitary pads for girls. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 207 million for the teacher training allowance and 169 million Ghana cedis for BEC registration. Mr. Speaker, we have programmed an amount of 9 billion Ghana cedis in 2026 for national health insurance claim, essential medicine, bridging support, and free medical health care. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 2.3 billion Ghana cedis for the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, the Mahama Cares, to support Ghanaians battling chronic diseases such as cancer, hypertension, diabetes, stroke, and kidney diseases. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 474 million Ghana cedis for nursing training allowances. We have also allocated 600 million to construct 3 new regional hospitals. Again, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 79 million to upgrade 7 hospitals and provide enhanced maternal and child health services. Mr. Speaker, that is not all. We have allocated 100 million Ghana cedis to complete 10 Agenda 111 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 1.1 billion Ghana cedis for LEAP program to protect the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, to crowd in finance for women-owned micro, small, medium enterprises, we have provided 401 million Ghana cedis to fully capitalize the Women's Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, 400 million. Mr. Speaker, this is the minimum capital requirement needed to establish a standard commercial bank. Mr. Speaker, to scale skills for jobs at pace, we are allocating 170 million for the National Apprenticeship Program. Right, Honorable Speaker, digital skills and SME competitiveness. We are providing 100 million for the National Coders Program and 160 million for the Dumawura Program. So, Speaker, we have also provisioned 100 million for monthly allowances to Assembly members. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 8.9 billion Ghana cedis for the District Assembly's Common Fund, with a minimum of 80% of releases flowing directly to the District Assemblies to execute priority projects. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are repeating the 2025 guidelines for spending the 80% in the 2026 allocation going to the District Assemblies. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 207 million for the rebasing of GDP and CPI and related activities. Again, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 150 million Ghana cedis for the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, NIMOS, for the activities against illegal mining and forest degradation. Mr. Speaker, government has allocated an amount of 20 million Ghana cedis to the film fund as seed money to revive the film industry, such as Kuma Wood and other film associations. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 20 million Ghana cedis to the Creative Arts Fund as seed money for the arts, music, fashion, food, and other creative sectors. Mr. Speaker, that is not all. We have allocated 400 million Ghana cedis for the Integrated Recycling and Compost Plant Project, the IRECOPS. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 100 million Ghana cedis has also been allocated for the construction of fishing markets. Right, Honorable Speaker. Again, an amount of 50 million has been allocated for the purchases of fishing net and outboard motors. We have also allocated 100 million Ghana cedis for the aquaculture development. Mr. Speaker, again, an amount of 500 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for district housing, including resettlement of the Akosombo Dam spillage victims. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 200 million Ghana cedis has also been allocated for the construction of mini stadiums in 3 regions. Mr. Speaker, again, an amount of 150 million has been allocated for the procurement of fire tenders and assorted fire equipment. And finally, Mr. Speaker, an amount of 150 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for the Black Stars to participate in the World Cup. Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker. The 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government is specifically designed to create up to 800,000 new jobs. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, the 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government is specifically designed to create up to 800,000 new jobs. The 63 billion road contracts under the Big Push awarded so far would generate an estimated 490,000 new jobs. Mr. Speaker, this estimation is consistent with the World Bank metrics on job creation from road infrastructure or road investment. Mr. Speaker, the 3 new garment factories will create over 20,000 direct jobs. 7 agro-processing plants will employ about 700 people directly and thousands more through supply chain. Mr. Speaker, national policy on integrated oil palm development will create 250,000 jobs across the value chain. Mr. Speaker, the farmer service centers would generate thousands in machinery operations, maintenance, and logistics. Right, Honorable Speaker, these investments are not isolated. They are part of an integrated national effort to turn stability into jobs and growth. Right, Honorable Speaker, government is putting real capital behind the private sector, which is the engine of jobs and growth. In this regard, we have capitalized the National Investment Bank and will capitalize the ADB and CBG with 1 billion Ghana cedis before the year ends this year. Mr. Speaker, the 400 million Ghana cedis allocated to the Women's Development Bank would deliver affordable financing to small businesses and enterprise, such as Lamisi Adam, Prince Layovo, and Caroline Sphere, who I met during my engagement at the Takoradi Market Circle and the Kotokraba Market. Mr. Speaker, in agriculture, 1.7 billion Ghana cedis is being invested in roads, processing zones, and value chains, value additions. Mr. Speaker, directly where jobs are created and livelihood are improved. Mr. Speaker, the new VAT and income tax reforms will cut businesses, will reduce business costs by 6% and free funds for expansion and job creation. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are building an economy where businesses can grow and employ more. Inflation is down, the city is stable, and the interest rates have fallen sharply. Mr. Speaker, together with reliable energy, fiscal discipline, and policy predictability, these measures are restoring confidence and drawing private investment back into the economy. Right, Honorable Speaker, job creation is not a slogan for us, but rather the purpose behind every policy, reform, and investment we make. Mr. Speaker, this is how we build the Ghana we want, a nation that produces, exports, and provides decent, lasting work for every Ghanaian living to contribute to its growth. Mr. Speaker, I now go to conclusion. Right Honorable Speaker, the 2026 budget statement and economic policy. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, let us take a moment to appreciate how far Ghana has come in just under 10 months. Mr. Speaker, the Mahama administration assumed office on the 7th of January 2025. We inherited an economy crippled by high debt, fiscal recklessness, high inflation, fast depreciating currency, low investor confidence, dwindling foreign direct investment flows, massive uncontrolled corruption that has become endemic, draining public resources and suffocating growth. Mr. Speaker, we also inherited high energy insecurity, high unemployment, and unbearable hardship for almost every Ghanaian household. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana was indeed at the bottom of the abyss, a nation in distress with its economy bleeding and its people weary, yet yearning for a government with a courage to turn this around. Mr. Speaker, through decisive leadership, bold reforms, and resilience of the Ghanaian people, we began to turn the tide. Mr. Speaker, the result speaks for itself. In less than a year, we have recorded a strong economic growth, falling inflation, a strong and stable cedi, improved external buffers, restored fiscal discipline, deepened fiscal reforms, strong and independent fiscal oversight, lower borrowing costs, significant debt reduction, restored investor confidence, expanded social protection, better debt management strategy, and massive infrastructure development. Right Honorable Speaker, this progress is the fruit of sacrifice and discipline. Ghanaians tightened their belt, businesses adapted, and government stayed the course. Barely a year ago, our economy was uncertain. Today, the cedi in your pocket is stronger. Prices are reducing, and new opportunities are emerging across agriculture, industry, and technology. Mr. Speaker, to our international partners and investors, we say Ghana is back, strong, credible, and open for business. Right Honorable Speaker, the story of Ghana is no longer one of crisis, but a recovery and renewal. Mr. Speaker, the reforms we have undertaken are not quick fixes. They are the foundation of resilience, competitiveness, and inclusive economy. Right Honorable Speaker, the Mahama administration is not just stabilizing the economy, it is rebuilding a nation. Our commitment to fiscal discipline, social equity, and sustainable growth remains firm. Mr. Speaker, we will protect the gains we have made, consolidate stability, and ensure that no Ghanaian is left behind. Right Honorable Speaker, this budget is more than numbers. It is a message of hope. It tells every Ghanaian child, farmer, teacher, trader, and entrepreneur that their sacrifices matter, that Ghana's recovery is real, and that their government is working tirelessly to build a fairer, prosperous, and self-reliant nation. Mr. Speaker, the storm has passed. The foundation is firm. The horizon is bright. Together, Mr. Speaker, under the visionary leadership of President Mahama, the nation builder, we are building the Ghana we want, a Ghana that works for all, thrives in peace, and stands tall once again as the beacon of Africans' renewal. Mr. Speaker, we are indeed race-setting for growth, jobs, and economic transformation. Right Honorable Speaker, I so present. Thank you very much.
See your time. Thank you. You know this is the most watched budget.
Honorable members,
Atwa dada yo.
We shall win to sell Ghana. We shall win to sell Ghana. The elephant.
Look at them. Look at them. There are something traditional.
We shall win to sell Ghana. We shall win to sell Ghana. The elephant, the stealing symbol. We shall win. Kube yedua, akoko yenam, osro so yabwa.
How much they gave him? Zero.
Oh, plenty.
They wouldn't give them anything. When she was questioning the DC, didn't you listen? All the big money they gave them, how many of them were for it?
All of them.
leave it there.
Oh my Lord, oh Nyela o la o si de. Oh my Lord, oh my Lord, oh my Lord, yeah, oh my Lord. Nyang loli male jeta, jeta nyela o fiade, nyela o la o si de, oh my Lord.
We shall win to sell Ghana. We shall win to sell Ghana. The elephant is still a symbol. We shall win to sell Ghana.
Eyezu.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I refer you to Order 195 of the Standing Orders of the House, particularly 195.3, and I quote, "Whenever the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending is presented by the minister responsible for finance on behalf of the president, the commentary on it shall stand adjourned for not less than 3 days. 4, the part of the budget statement and economic policy of the government and the heads of estimates that relate to the ministries, departments, agencies, parliament, the judiciary, and other independent constitutional bodies shall stand committed to the relevant committees that have responsibility for the subject matter, and each committee shall consider the relevant part of the budget and the head of estimates committed to that committee and report to the House within a time as the business committee may determine. 5, any other part of the budget statement and economic policy of the government that relates to revenue and expenditure shall stand committed to the Finance Committee, which shall consider and report to the House within a time as the Business Committee may determine." Honorable members, as so direct, as clearly detailed out in the standing orders, that these estimates be so taken over by the relevant committees for consideration and report at a time and a date that is determined by the business committee. I so direct. Honorable members, before I move on, let me recognize the presence of some dignitaries that have come to support us to receive the budget statement from His Excellency the President through the Minister for Finance. And so I acknowledge His Excellency Dr. Ekospio Gabra I've just been informed that the chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson Asedu Nketia, we also have the former Minister for Energy, Honorable Boache Ajakun, present, and the former Minister for Finance, now advisor on the economy at the Office of the President, Honorable Sef Tekwe, is also present. We have Alhaji Haruna Mohammed, Deputy General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party. Let me also acknowledge the leadership of the Ministry of Finance. We have the Chief Director of the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Patrick Nimo. Yes, he's seated over there. We have the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Mr. Johnson Esiema. We have the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Mr. Anthony Kwasi Sarpong. We have a Commissioner also from the GRA, SSD, Dr. Adumaku Mensah. We have Commissioner GRA, DTRD, Brigadier General Glover Ashong Annan. And we have the Controller and Accountant General, Mr. Kwasi Ajay. We have so many other supporting staff, coordinating directors and directors. They are all available to support the minister. On your behalf, I want to thank them for their patience and all what they've done to support the minister to present such a statement within 2 hours. Honorable members, as I am not good as a conductor, when it came to the time of the chorus, I had to advise myself because a few years ago, the Veterans Association invited me to their function at the usual place. The Veterans Association, you know where they are housed. And I was invited to conduct a singing band there. It was very abysmal. So I didn't want to disappoint myself in the public. And so when you decided to reconstitute Parliament into orchestra, I decided to advise myself, and that is why I silently sneaked out. Honorable members, I will allow your leaders to say a word before I bring the minister to present some papers. I think this is the proper time for the two leaders, the minority leader and the majority leader, to have a say before we move to the order paper, to give opportunity to the minister to present the papers. But I think now you have all stretched your limbs, you have refreshed yourselves, and you are ready for a long haul. And so I'm ready for you this night. Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, in March this year, when the finance minister started his lamentation, we were minded to forgive him because he was new on the job. Today, after several months on the job, he came to repeat the same lamentation, part 2 of his lamentation. Mr. Speaker, the minister may be minded to see the empty public gallery. The business community decided to abandon him. All these empty chairs, this is not what we've known in the past. Mr. Speaker, the minister attempted to provide some figures. He gave a tall list of allocations. What he failed to add, that in the 2025 budget that he brought to this house, we had Director of Operations at the Jubilee House, at the presidency, who publicly said every month the presidency gives 20,000 Ghana cedi to each constituency. A total 66 million. Where did they get that money from? Mr. Mustafa Bandi, the Deputy General Secretary of NDC and Director of Operations at the presidency, he publicly said that every month the presidency gives 20,000 cedis to each constituency. The Minister of Finance has not accounted for this. How that money is given, time will tell. Mr. Speaker, Parliament, the minister has failed to consider the work of Parliament. He provides a paltry sum to Parliament when Parliament is the only body that does oversight. Parliament is an important organ of state. When the minister himself is a minister, is a member of Parliament, and fails to recognize the Parliament and its work, and you say we should hail you. Look at the ministers and their faces. Mr. Speaker, 2025, he should tell us the releases he gave them. When he was mentioning some of the figures, the ministers were looking as if this is the first time they were seeing the figures. Was there any consultation? Mr. Speaker, was there any consultation? Did they even know what was going to be in the budget? Mr. Speaker, ni a vote kahame ameke akenuchumomba. Ameke wake akenuchumomba. Abaha 24-hour economy. One job, 3 shifts. Yano yakwe, Gamashi, Teshi, La. Nungwa, Yute ameke imbe 24-hour economy yo. Nichumwe imbe nichume yo. Almost say Jumanu wahi, musi 24-hour economy. And then, we buy a 24-hour economy. One can watch them. So more 24-hour economy. One job, 3 shifts in Wahi. Why women is who MPs no want to mean come constituency.
Minority leader. Minority leader.
I'm going to translate.
Your
2 weeks.
No, I don't need a translation.
Oh, Mr.
I think your time is up for the
very well.
comments.
Mr. Speaker, it's okay. Mr. Speaker, it's okay.
This is
After, Mr. Speaker, you
honorable
see your
members.
man. You see your man. You see.
Honorable
No,
members.
it's okay. It's okay.
Honorable members, these are initial comments. Definitely, there will be a motion for you to debate the budget, even before we go to the appropriation bill. So these are initial comments, and you don't need to belabor the point. After you demonstrated before everybody, don't come behind the scene to commend me for presiding very well. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our people say that it is when the toad is dead that you see its full length. It is not lamentations. It is the continued unearthing of the bad economic management of the NPP that is being revealed every day. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious from the budget statement that the NPP government was the worst case study of bad economic management. The NPP was bad in government, but even worse in opposition. Worse in opposition. Indeed, I have heard Ghanaians ask if it is too late to replace them with the CPP as the official opposition. Mr. Speaker, Parliament was given a budget of 1.1 billion in 2025. In this year's budget, Parliament is being given a proposed figure of 1.6 billion. And you are aware. You are aware. Mr. Speaker, if ministers are quiet, it is because this budget was presented to ministers in cabinet and they approved it before it was brought to you. So they are aware. They are aware of all the figures. Everything in the budget was approved in cabinet where all these ministers were in attendance. Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that you didn't hear that the 24-hour economy program, there is a budgetary allocation of 150 million Ghana cedis. So I'm surprised that you didn't listen. Mr. Speaker, I am not surprised. I am not surprised that Ghanaians are now clamoring for you to be replaced by CPP as the official opposition. Mr. Speaker, we thank the Minister for Finance. His work clearly has been very commendable. This country is being turned around. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious inflation figures have drastically reduced to single digits. Mr. Speaker, we are paying our debts. Mr. Speaker, international rating agencies are giving us better ratings. Mr. Speaker, this budget and the expenditure of last year and the effort to stabilize the economy is what will create the jobs. The youth should be hopeful. What happened yesterday? What happened yesterday? Where those young 6 ladies died trying to find a job is a serious indictment of how the economy of this country was managed in the past 8 years. Mr. Speaker, I have confidence that this budget is going to create jobs, and the numbers, close to 800,000 jobs, will be created. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, by the time the Accra-Kumasi Expressway gets to Kumasi, I believe all the elephants will run away from Kumasi. Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader,
let me conclude
up.
by thanking the Right Honourable Speaker for giving us an opportunity, and to thank the Finance Minister for coming to this House to present the budget statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I invite you to the order paper addendum. Order paper addendum. Order paper addendum. Order paper addendum at the commencement of public business. Item 1, presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented by the Minister for Finance. Roman 1.
Contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, Ghana Revenue Authority, and Truda Investment Limited for the provision of public and digital inspection solution to modernize customs administration and enhance revenue mobilization.
Honourable members, the contract agreement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Roman number 2.
Request for the review of the investment policy and management of the Ghana Petroleum Funds in accordance with Section 31A of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815.
Honourable members, this paper has been duly presented and it is referred to the Committee on Economy and Development for consideration and report to the House. Roman number 3.
Master agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, Ghana Revenue Authority, and Tata Consultancy Services Limited for professional services.
Honourable members, the master agreement has been duly presented and it is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Roman number 4.
Request for waiver of 20% withholding tax on the income of Tata Consultancy Services Limited as service provider and value-added tax amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of $10,460,000 United States dollars on imported services under the implementation of the Integrated Tax Administration System project.
Honourable members, the request has been duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Honourable members, we have item 2. I want to know whether the instrument is ready. Presentation of instruments. It's also by the Minister for Finance. Honourable members, I manage the House. I manage the House. Please, let's complete the laying of the consequent papers from the presentation of the statement. Then I can listen to your leader. Please. Honorable members, presentation of instruments. Minister for Finance.
Public Procurement, Thresholds for Approving Authorities and Procurement Methods Regulations, 2025.
Honorable members, this instrument has been duly presented and is referred to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation for consideration and report to the House. Item 3, presentation and first reading of bills. 3A.
An act to repeal the COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy Act 2021, Act 1068, and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the bill is read the first time and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. 3B.
An act to revise and consolidate the law related to the imposition of the value-added tax and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the value-added tax is read the first time and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. 3C.
An act to regulate and the provision of a virtual asset service in or from the country and to provide for related matters.
3C.
An act to amend the National Health Insurance Act 2012.
The bill is read the first time and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. 3D.
An act to amend the National Health Insurance Act 2012, Act 852, to allocate 20% of monies of the National Health Insurance Fund to the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, to allow for the deductibility of the National Health Insurance Levy and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the bill is also referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. 3E.
An act to amend the Ghana Education Trust Fund Act 2000, Act 581, to provide financing for free secondary education, free tertiary education for persons with disability, and free education for persons with special needs, and to allow for the deductibility of the Ghana Education Trust Fund levy.
Honorable members, the bill is read the first time and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Honorable members, we have some items in the original order paper. Honorable members, item 8 on the order paper. Item 8 on the order paper. Majority Leader.
You need to present this as well.
The following papers to be presented by the Minister for Finance. 8A.
Annual report on the collection and utilization of the African Union Import Levy for the 2025 fiscal year.
Honorable members, the annual report is referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. 8B.
Annual report on the petroleum funds for the 2025 fiscal year.
Honorable members, the annual report of the petroleum funds is also referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. 8C.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Lottery Authority for the year 2024.
Honorable members, the annual statement of the Audit Committee is also referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Honorable members, honorable members, well, you all know it. It's great to be young. So, yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I struggled to catch your eye. Mr. Speaker,
I was raising an important matter regarding the order paper addendum.
Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, item 3 on page 2 is very consequential after the budget presentation. But Mr. Speaker, if you look at item 1I, IV, Mr. Speaker, these are very serious matters. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the majority leader, is here. In all fairness to me and my colleagues in leadership, Mr. Speaker, when these things happen, our back sometimes carries a certain impression as though we are in the know. There was no engagement. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with a tax, a VAT exemption of $10 million being given to a company. This is the finance minister who is against tax exemption. I am saying that, Mr. Speaker, it is only fair that if
the government side intends to do this, we discuss. Mr. Speaker, we had a pre-sitting. These important matters were never discussed. You look at, Mr. Speaker, a digitalization contract between GRA and Trudeau Investment Limited. Mr. Speaker, we don't know anything. It was a reason why I got up. Mr. Speaker, it is only fair. The practice is that the two leaders were engaged. But when you print other paper at the end of, we don't know anything about it, then it is announced. Mr. Speaker, it is never the practice. I've been where he is before, and they know Dr. Forson was here, and he knows that at every point, especially on addendum, he will never agree to surprises. He knows that. Finance Minister, be fair. Mr. Speaker, they shouldn't always create a certain impression that we are in this house to litigate on every matter. I feel very bad when they create that impression. It's not fair. It's not fair.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the whole country is watching us. The whole world is watching us. Mr. Speaker, our rules are very clear. And 2 days ago, I had occasion to tell my colleague, the minority leader, that we must begin to honor and respect our rules. Mr. Speaker, our rules in Order 126 says that the chair shall be heard in silence, and the chair is the speaker. And let me read the provisions. It says that the speaker is responsible for the maintenance of order and observance of the rules of debate in the House. Whenever the speaker addresses the House, any member standing shall immediately resume the member's seat, and the speaker shall be heard in silence. Mr. Speaker, whilst we are addressing this House and facilitating the laying of papers in this House, our friends opposite did not only remain standing in their feet, but were singing, obstructing, disrespecting you, disrespecting the chair, disrespecting the maize, and disrespecting the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, you may choose to tolerate that, but this side of the House will not tolerate that. We will not tolerate that. Mr. Speaker, I, based on Order 33-2, I want to raise a question of contempt and abuse of privilege. Mr. Speaker, we must begin to enforce our rules. We must begin to enforce our rules. Mr. Speaker, this side of the House, we can march you 2 by 1, 2 by 1, 2 by 1. And after we have marched you 2 to 1, 2 to 1, we will still have excess. We will still have excess. We We still have excess of over 30 something. Mr. Speaker, I demand that the minority leader now apologizes to your good self for this gross misconduct and misbehavior. Mr. Speaker, if he does not, I will raise a question of contempt of parliament and abuse of privilege and ask you to rule on it now. I am giving you an opportunity. I am giving you an opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this house will not be abused by Honorable Afenyomakin. He's too small. He's too small to abuse this mace. He's too small to disrespect the Speaker whilst all of us sit and watch you. So I am raising a question of contempt of parliament and breach of privilege, and I'm asking you to rule on that matter. Refer all of them to the Privileges Committee. We have their identities, we recorded it, and Mr. Speaker, we will have the Privileges Committee go into this. Mr. Speaker, as the majority leader and leader of this House, and as the Speaker, we owe it a duty to this country to make sure that the institution of Parliament, its image, its integrity, its reputation is maintained. We will be reneging on our responsibility if we allow behavior like what we have seen today to persist. We have come to the end of it. Mr. Speaker, if they can misconduct themselves, small as they are, if we don't take action, we should forever remain silent when this side of the House also decides to take action against them. So, Mr. Speaker, I am raising breach of privilege pursuant to Order 31O of the Standing Orders, which says any act or omission which affronts the dignity or authority of Parliament, or which tends either directly or indirectly to bring the name of Parliament into disrepute. Mr. Speaker, what they have done, persistently violating our standing orders, standing whilst you are addressing the House, singing disrespectfully whilst you are addressing the House, clearly falls within the prohibitions of Order 31O. Acts affronting the dignity or authority of Parliament. We cannot allow Afenyomakin and the Nkitikiti minority to destroy the image of this House. I don't have a problem. I know they have destroyed the image of their party already.
That's right.
And I earlier indicated that I know Ghanaians who are asking if it is not too late. They want to replace the MPP opposition with the CPP as the official opposition. But they have gone too far, Mr. Speaker. And I raise a question of contempt and abuse of privilege, and I invite you to give a ruling on that matter, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I think we've transacted two very important matters today. We managed to get the approval of the House of the President's nominee to the position of Chief Justice of this country. We have also got the Minister for Finance to present the budget statement and economic policy for the 2026 financial year. These are two very important events that have occurred, and I think that we have done well. As to the issue that the minority leader has raised, the effect being that the leaders of the House, having consulted on some items, based on the lack of their consultation, those items should not be brought to the House and be given to the House for them to consider the government business in that respect. I find that very unfortunate because no decision is taken today. It's just business that is being presented to the House. And the matter, as I've stated earlier, has been referred to the relevant committees to consider and report to the House. The House will now have the opportunity to debate, to deliberate, to do what they want with the business that has been referred. So the fact that the two of you have not been able to consult each other should not prevent the Speaker from admitting the business to be presented to the House for consideration. Not at all. It's a matter that you, the leaders, could discuss later on. But we have business to do. As part of my duty as a Speaker is to protect the minority. It's also a duty of the Speaker to make sure that government business is not obstructed. I did that from 2021 to 2024, when those to my left were to my right. I'm doing the same now. Please. We have tolerated each other for some time now. I did indicate that I'm not going to use the gavel. I'll be using the hammer. But please, I learned a lot of lessons from the holy books, both the Holy Bible and the Holy Quran. And there was good reason why the prodigal son was giving a feast. And so, honorable members, let's don't end the day on a bad note. Let's end the day on a good note. At the appropriate time, the Speaker will take the necessary action to bring real discipline and order to this House. Please, let's leave it here and complete the other business that are before us. I don't want us to go beyond this. We still have two more important businesses I want us to carry on. I want the House to work together as we've been doing. These are important matters, particularly the consideration of the budget and economic policy of the government. I want us to consider what happened yesterday. The country is not in a joyful mood. I expect that we should understand the situation and try as much as possible to debate with cool heads. I expect that you should all be able to tolerate each other. It's not that what you do doesn't hurt me. It does, many a times, because you all accept that I'm the father of the house. And sometimes you get up and say, with the greatest respect, then you are wondering what kind of respect that is. Those of us who were hunters know that anytime the monkey wants to bite you, it will clean the place first before biting. So when you get up and say with the greatest respect, I know you are cleaning the place, but you are going to bite. And many of you are not hunters, so you don't understand these things. Me, coming from Saito, I've learned a lot. Those of you who went to something international, that's where you are now. You are not a Ghanaian, you are not a European, you are not an American. We don't know who you are. This is what Ghana is faced with. No identity, no character, nothing. It's just a name that they are human beings. So how for do? I'll leave it at that. Honorable members, I will want to plead with the majority leader not to insist on moving that motion. Let us continue to tolerate each other and work together. At the appropriate time, the rules will be applied. And I assure you, it's not on one side, it will be on both sides. Please. I know what I'm doing. And when the hammer falls, you see the applaud from the good people of Ghana. I assure you, I'll have the full support, including your parties. So please, let's go on. We have the third reading of the long-standing bill before the House, and it's just the third reading. That bill has been here for months, and the minister has been present since morning just because of this bill and then the budget. And so it's not the culture of the House to ignore such things. But I'll listen to you, Minority Chief Whip, before I... Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I haven't heard you congratulate and discharge the Minister for Finance so that he can go back to his seat as a member of Parliament.
You are right. You are right. Let me, on behalf of the House, thank you, the Minister for Finance, for coming to the House and on behalf of His Excellency the President, present the budget statement and economic policy for the 2026 financial year. We are extremely grateful, and I know that you enjoyed the music. You didn't take it otherwise than people trying to at least refresh themselves after sitting for many, many hours. That is how I read it, and I think that is understandable. It's only we have to get the leaders to modulate some of the orchestra and the singing bands so that we can do business in harmony. So, Minister, we are extremely grateful, and you are discharged. Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I am exceedingly grateful. And Speaker, I'm happy you have called the very business we were all anticipating to be called. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to make pleadings to the majority leader. And if he recalls, at conclave, he had made the point, because we even suggested that we were at third reading, and he had made the point, no, we should just come and read the budget and call the day off. Now it has become necessary that we take this very item. When we walk into the chamber, I kept drawing the attention of the front bench on the other side that this is just the third reading. Let's take it. So the point I'm emphasizing on is we should learn to reach out. We should just learn to reach out. Majority Leader, today, for instance, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry if I know we are all fatigued. We had to stage a compromise for the collective interest of this House. When Honorable Habib had to withdraw his motion, and Majority Leader, I heard you when you reach out to us. Yeah, to take it some other day. When you reach out to us, we understood, and we yielded to your call. You see, so it's a give and take. It's a give and take. When the leader, our leader, was on his feet, it was only drawing our attention to the fact that if we had mentioned to him that these businesses were supposed to be laid, we would not be opposed to it. But it's just a show of respect and magnanimity so that we understand that this House, regardless of the numbers, is a two-sided House. I am pained by the way we are prosecuting business. You cannot tell me to sit down. If you want to speak, catch the eye of the speaker. What do you mean? You can't tell me to sit down. What do you mean? No, you cannot do that. You should catch the eye of the speaker.
Please.
Speaker,
address me.
You should. I am in leadership.
I'm locating them. I'll handle them. Please. Yes, please address me.
Speaker, so I am simply saying that, Majority Leader, we respect you. Many occasions we defer to you. Ever since I came to this House, I have never disrespected you. But sometimes the way you go about carrying your business, you don't carry the entire House along. Anytime you need us to compromise, when you reach out to us, we often yield to you. So we want to plead with you. Majority Leader, Mr. Majority Leader, we want to plead with you. We will not come to this House to obstruct government business. No, we will not. So just reach out to us, just to talk to us. We are human as you are. We know you have a business to prosecute. And I have been a majority chief way before. This is just the beginning of a cycle. We are now going to go for, you will lay it, don't worry. We are now going to take about 50 motions. You cannot have all your numbers all the days. Well, you'll be there and be saying it. There will be times that you will need us to compromise. Speak, you can find out from your majority leader. We work together. Let's work together. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues should know that we need to work together. Nobody is perfect here. Sometimes I am paying the way we are being treated. We are in the minority, so what? We can make very good suggestions for the prosecution of government business.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, I think enough is enough. I know that the leaders on daily basis have been cooperating, because on daily basis I hold meetings with you people at the lobby, and I participate in your trade-offs. trying to accommodate each other. And so when on the floor, sometimes we disagree. I think it's better for you to do what you are doing on the floor outside the floor. Particularly when we are in the lobby in conclave, you can raise these things. But don't let the public have a perception that you don't cooperate with each other. Because I can give copious evidence, supported by documentary evidence, as to how you have cooperated with each other up to date. I'm a living witness, so please, sometimes, whether for some other reasons you want to achieve some other goals, I don't know. That's why sometimes I'm also compelled to say it's a surprise to me. So please, let's leave it at that, majority leader. And then outside the glare of the public, we can use the usual channels of communication as we refer to and settle some of these differences. Please, let's continue with the business. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, definitely this House revolves around dialogue and cooperation. And I know that everybody in this country who has observed me in the last 8 months that I've sat here will confirm that I'm one of the most accommodating persons in this chamber. Everybody will confirm that. Mr. Speaker, the narrative that he seeks to put out there is that I'm a leader who doesn't carry the minority along. That is a narrative that I find quite unfair to put out there. If I did anything today against you, it is the way you conducted yourself in relation to the Speaker. No, on the issue of singing, all of us sang, both sides. I'm not raising issues about singing. I said, I'm not raising issues about singing. The issue that I raised and asked the Speaker to rule on an issue of contempt and breach of privilege is your conduct here. It's not about engagement on the business of the House. When you say you don't have notice, you will only be able to make a case that you don't have notice if the order paper does not capture the item. Once the order paper captures the item, you have notice of the item. Mr. Speaker, he was the majority leader and leader of government business. He saw to the presentation of several budget statements. And you know that in every budget statement, when the Minister of Finance makes reference to bills, to regulations, to instruments, to amendments, to contracts, to repeals, immediately he finishes, we usually lay those ones. And we take them on a certificate of urgency. You know that. You've been in this House. You know. So why are you behaving as if this is the first time this is happening? When they are late, then when the Speaker refers it to committee, at the committee level, you will engage. That's how engagement takes place. But when bills, instruments, regulations, contracts, and etc., which were referred to in the policy statement of the finance minister, then the clerks, on their own, knowing that this is the procedure, go and print an order paper addendum and capture all those instruments. And Speaker, consistent with our practice, is now seeking to have us lay those instruments. And you rise up and he gives you indications that let me finish laying, I will recognize you. And you persist and clearly violate our rules. On a day when you know the whole world is focusing on us in this chamber, the sanctity of the image of this chamber. Mr. Speaker, as you indicated, I will not belabor the point. We can take the third reading of the scholarship bill and we'll call it a day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, may we take the item on the Ghana Scholarships Authority Bill 2025, and that I think is item 13 on the order paper. Item 13. Minister for Education. Move the motion for the third reading.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Ghana Scholarship Authority Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I beg to move.
Motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, I put the question. And the question is that those in favor of the motion just moved by the Minister of Education, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the scholarship I've just been reminded that I have not declared the results. It means that the fatigue has set in. Honorable members, the ayes have it.
An act to establish the Ghana Scholarship Authority to regulate the administration and award of government scholarships in a transparent and equitable manner and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Ghana Scholarships Authority Bill 2025 duly read the third time and passed. You all heard the minister. He was so overwhelmed that he was overjoyed because he has struggled all these days to get this bill through. And so he didn't even know how to move the third reading. So he preceded it with a good laugh. Minister, thank you for the patience and all the tolerance. Please, I think that we need to do a few things. I have tried, and I want to appeal to leadership. I have tried to get us, in spite of our differences, to work together. I have organized a number of retreats for leaders, a number of opportunities, and leaders have always failed to turn up. I'm compelled to say this because those who are not aware think that I'm not making the effort. It's because we are different that we are sitting to the left and to the right. If we're not different, we'll be together at one place. And the arrangement of this chamber would have been different. That difference must be recognized and accepted. That is how we work together. That's how we were created. That's why you have parties. And that's why Ghanaians voted for you the way they voted. So please, let's accept each other and work together. You only do that when you are outside the floor. But when you come here, something else happens to you. That's why I was calling the pastors and the apostles to come here and then pray and bless this chamber. Maybe there's something inside here that I don't know. They should come and exorcise the evil spirit in the chamber. Because I deal with you people outside the chamber. And your attitude is very different. But when you are inside here, and something else, they say Gbeshi. Please, we can do better than this. I know your capacity, I know who you are, I know what you've been doing, but don't give this impression, because it will not be my nature to be applying the hammer, but if that is the last resort, so be it. And I told you, sooner than later, it will fall on hairs. I won't split your hairs, but you may not recover. Please, let's end it here, unless there's something urgent, and take it.
So, Speaker,
Yes,
I think
please.
we have sat beyond 5 hours, so we're in your hands.
Well, honorable members, I will then proceed to adjourn the sitting to tomorrow. And the sitting is adjourned till 2 p.m. tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday, yes. No indication of a different timing. You want to sit earlier? Yes, please. Yes.
My friends opposite are proposing that we do 12 noon.
12 noon. Honorable members, sitting is adjourned to tomorrow at 12 noon. Sitting accordingly adjourned.
And the conference at 6 a.m.
Tomorrow, 6 a.m.
Yeah.
So,